Turn back! Turn back!
It's alive!
That's impossible! Search your feelings. You know it to be true.
Well, this is great. Hello everyone, hello. Pardon, QP Parrots, good to see you all. I don't know why we cannot reach the critical hit sheets anymore. No. Get your boosts in, they will be recorded. I can see them. Yeah, I am able to reach other sheets.
New critical hits boost. Barden the Slayer just boosted Deus Ex. We are the invisible hand. We are the Illuminati. We came before and after. We are forever. And eventually, we will lead them into the day. New critical hits boost. Barden the Slayer just boosted BG2. The darkness has already taken you, foolish one, yet you refuse to close your eyes. Let us help you onwards to your final rest. Lil Alerl. For Shar.
Is that Lyconia? What's happening? Did someone hack the critical hits file?
New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Vampire.
Did someone hack my Mitral TV mail?
New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Temple of Elemental Evil.
Give me a moment, I'm trying to...
New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Revenant.
Like, I wasn't able to log into my Mitral TV mail either. That's why. I mean, it shouldn't be possible. Okay, I got it. I got the mail back. I am able to log into Critical Hits file. I think. Yeah. Let me try once more. Yes, okay, I am able to open the file. Parrots, can you try to see also QP and Barden as well? File's back, right? Whew, I don't know what happened there. I mean, I don't think anyone would bother hacking this file. Why would they do that? There's no reason, and it shouldn't be possible anyway. No, there doesn't seem to be any changes. Maybe it is Google servers, I don't know. But all other files, documents or spreadsheets alike were accessible. I could access with my other mail address. Yeah, I think it was a problem with the file, because my other email address should also have access, editing privilege, and he couldn't access the file either. Anyway, it is good now. So let's do these boosts. What did we have? A Deus Ex, as always, and a Baldur's Gate, right? Yeah. So Vampire, Temple, and Revenants. Vampire. Temple.
New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted
Revenant.
Disco Elysium.
Disco. I'm guessing you're also going to boost Dragon Age. Of course, maybe you won't. Who knows?
New critical hits boost.
Dragon
Parrotwise
Age.
just boosted Dragon Age 2.
Are you getting Diablo?
New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just
Diablo,
boosted
yes.
Diablo 2.
Okay. Alright. Perfect. All fixed. I just did a Control S for no reason. I'm trying to save the online file. Perfect. So, welcome again. That was a slight scare. I'm glad it's sorted. How are you all? We are going to start the new week with a new game that actually works. I mean, doesn't it say automatically anyway? I had no idea. So we are going to start Tales of Mankind today, Chapter 1. So it is a game consisting of 5 episodes, Telltale style. And each episode is shorter than, I think, the shortest game in the series, which is Mankind 1. But there are 5 of them. So in total, I think they are possibly longer than any one Mankind game. So we'll see how long that will take. I was watching a speedrun yesterday. Maybe you might remember we had raided a streamer called The Woods. We were playing Monkey Island 2 and we had raided the streamer. He was doing a Mega Monkey Marathon, which means starting from Monkey Island 1 all the way to the end of Tales, all 5 games, a speedrun. So I was looking for a Mega Monkey Run speedrun world record video on speedrun.com, and I found out that the time we raided the guy is the time he got the world record. Actually, there's only one recorded instance of that particular run. Yes, 6 minutes actually. So actually, there is one recorded run of a Mega Monkey Run because he was aiming for a sub 5 hour run and he got it the time that we raided him. So us saying hi and mentioning that I was playing Monkey Island 2, etc., they are all recorded in the world record run. That's the video. That's very funny. Anyway, I was watching that and I watched the first 4 games speedrun. It's crazy how fast you can do it, and there are some glitches which are also interesting. So the first 4 games took the guy 3 hours in total, and then Tales took 2 hours. So Tales itself is like 2/3 as long as the first 4 games. Alright, see you soon, Parrot. I'm a celebrity. I already was a celebrity, you know? Parrot knows me, Barden, you know me. I am well known. People know me well enough to hack my critical hits file. Also, people know me well enough to dislike my YouTube videos. See, I was already a celebrity. Anyway, so yeah, that's all I think I was going to say. We are starting KOTOR this Wednesday, which is also exciting. So 2 new games in 1 week. Amazing. All right, I think we can jump into the game. This is usually regarded as the weakest entry in the series. We'll see if that holds any truth or not. So there's this option, I don't know what that is, but I'm keeping it at minimum, obviously. Yes, let's go. How are you, by the way? Happy Monday. Hope you are having a fine new week so far. I'm fine too.
At last, my victory is at hand. Har, har, har. Behold, the legendary 13th monkey of Montevideo. Har, whose sacrifice will eternally bind the oceans themselves to my infernal will. Har, har. Impressed yet?
Not half as much as I'll be when Guybrush guts your diseased carcass with his voodoo cutlass, you doddering sack of scum.
I wouldn't hold your breath waiting for any last-minute heroics, me dear. The last I saw of your mighty pirate husband, he was being torn apart by a school of my ravenous piranha poodles.
No, not the piranha
All right,
poodles.
LeChuck, put down the monkey and back away from my wife.
Guybrush!
Arr, Threepwood! You've led me a merry chase, but soon the dread mysteries of these ancient simians will be mine, and the seas will run red with the blood of my enemies. Har, har, har!
Yeah, well, you fight like a...
No time to
Data
waste,
farmer.
Guybrush. Finish enchanting that sword before LeChuck completes his spell.
I'm on it. One LeChuck defeating cursed cutlass of Kaflu coming up. Now, where did I leave those handy voodoo instructions?
No.
Pinned to your mast.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Oh, we can move with the mouse and the keyboard. It is camera also, okay.
Come to Guybrush, you spooky voodoo recipe, you. Well, I had to sail 6 of the 7 major seas to find the ingredients, but I finally finished the cutlass. Almost.
Spray
Now all I need to do is find some fizzy root beer to spray on it, and LeChuck's as good as toast.
Spray
Icky
cutlass
disease
with
toast.
enchanted root beer. Root beer must be fizzy.
The cutlass of Kaflu is the only thing that can stop LeChuck.
Okay, okay. Don't backseat. Elaine.
Ah, the legendary monkey casket of Kauai. I'll never forget the horrible hula of Hades I had to do to get this thing. Is this thing sloshing? Or words you don't want to hear when you pick up a coffin.
Har, har, har!
Oh, this is a combined thingy. Select the magnifying glass. Okay, so we can examine, but can
Wonder how
we
you open
use?
this thing. Aha! A seltzer bottle full of root beer. I haven't seen one of these since before I had a beard. Bet this stuff will work wonders on my cutlass. Alright, time to give this cutlass a root beer shower. Flat root beer? What kind of second-rate voodoo seltzer bottle has flat root beer?
Oh, it has to be fizzy. So we have to gas it up.
Nothing in there but a decade's worth of fantastic pirate food. I wonder if there's anything useful down there. Nope, nothing but a bunch of lazy crewmen. I can't believe I spent so much time recruiting those guys.
Don't worry about me.
I'm not worrying about you.
I'd fire the cannon, but Elaine jettisoned all my ammo after I accidentally sunk her mother's schooner.
Elaine is a mother. Oh, examine.
It's a seltzer bottle full of root beer. It looks kind of flat.
Are you going to use it with breath mints?
Whoa, this city.
Oh, it's... Okay, I got it. It's the Mentos trick, right?
Prepare to meet your frosty carbonated maker, LeChuck.
Arr! Come and get me, a dirt-digging doily dipper!
Stop showboating and spray the sword, Guybrush!
I'm not showboating, I'm... Whoa. Oops.
I know.
Now we're going to die. Again. Wonderful.
Okay, no problem. I just need to find a fresh supply of impossible-to-find voodoo root beer. I sure hope there's some on Elaine's ship, because mine's as dry as a bone. And not one of those wet bones. I'm talking a dry, dry bone.
Sometimes after certain events, characters will have new things to say.
Elaine, my beautiful butter...
What?
I said, Elaine, my beautiful butter...
My beautiful butter?
I was gonna say buttercup, but you keep cutting me off.
Oh, Guybrush. Now stop the chuck or we're all dead.
Elaine, you've got inordinately strong thighs. See if you can swing me that rope.
It's not long enough, but I've got a better idea.
Whoa.
How'd you do that?
You don't spend several years at the side of Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate, without picking up a few tricks, darling.
What? Are you complimenting
My
Guybrush?
booty.
What happened to
My
Elaine?
collection of autographed sextants.
We'll buy you some more sextants later. Just stop LeChuck.
Ah, Threepwood. So good of you to join us. Saves me the trouble of having to sink your ship.
How is the music level? Is it good? Is it too high?
I'll sleep when I'm dead. Or later tonight. I wondered where all my gunpowder went after the mother-in-law incident.
Okish, what does it mean?
Hang in there, guys. We'll get you out as soon as I put an end to LeChuck. Hey, LeChuck.
Kinda low or kinda high? Whoa. Okay. Chuck the plants.
Those roots could really use a trim.
Let's trim the roots.
Let's see if we can cut back some of those unruly roots.
Oh, we are going to
There,
make the
much
roots
neater.
beer from actual, literal roots. Very cool. Okay, it didn't work.
Elaine,
Guybrush,
now that we're reunited, what should we do?
first, you should look for a way to replace that root beer you dropped.
What's LeChuck doing with all these monkeys anyway?
I think it's some sort of blood sacrifice in exchange for the secret language of plankton. Or maybe he just really hates monkeys. It's all been a little vague.
That's strange. LeChuck's soul-chilling schemes are usually so well planned. Sorry it took so long to catch up with you, but I've been busy digging up arcane voodoo items. Did you miss me?
Buckets. Now put this pirate out of our misery.
Can we go back? No, we cannot go back. Okay, let's add the root to the grog? Maybe?
Let's see if these roots add anything to this horrible knot grog. Ugh. This root grog is bland, joyless, and jejune. It's also flat.
Oh, flats? We can't have flats.
Now that's some fizzy root grog. I bet it still tastes like monkey snot.
What's my specialty?
Yes! Yes!
Okay, you barrel of disgusting low-cal goo. Make yourself useful.
Yes.
Booyah! Look out, LeChuck. Here comes
But we are
Guybrush
putting-
glowing sword of hot
Putting
monkey
Lichak out
vengeance.
of our misery.
Yes!
Lichak, time to put you out of
Yes!
your misery, Lichak. Take that!
Chuck!
Ha!
Do you mind? I'd be in the middle of an unholy ceremony here.
Unholy this!
Unholy this?
Yeah, I know, but he didn't give me much to work with. Hey!
Arr, arr. You can't defeat me that easily, sheep good. Wait, what's happening?
Is that how the cutlass is supposed to work?
I don't know. It's so bright. What the heck?
Woof.
I'm human.
That's debatable.
Guybrush, quick! Finish him off!
What? Oh, right. This is for the monkeys, LeChuck.
What are you doing? Finish him!
It's not me, it's my hand. It won't... Uh-oh. Elaine!
Guybrush?
Elaine!
Now, so far, so good. I'm not sure if Lichak's alignment changed. Well, I remember liking it anyway. What are those reasons? Without going into spoiler territory.
Elaine?
Ahoy there, me hearty!
What?
Don't worry, we'll
Yeah,
have you up
Parrot,
and
sorry.
sucking back a grog and... No! My dote! My beautiful pirate dote! I'll get you for this, you craven bilge rat!
Sorry, I don't know what got into me. Oh, this can't be good.
You know, you really should have that looked at, kid.
Huh?
The name's Nipperkin. Davy Nipperkin, senior reporter, Keelhaul Gazette. Welcome to Flotsam Island.
Keelhaul Gazette.
Mind if I ask you a few questions?
Actually,
Great. What's your name, where'd you come from, and how'd you get here?
Mighty Pirate trademark.
I'm Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate, and...
Pirate, eh? Well, I believe it when I see it, kid. Still, it'd be nice to have a real genuine pirate buckling his swash around Flotsam Island again. Why, I haven't had an honest-to-goodness pirate story to write about in over 6 months.
Right.
Yes, sirree, Bob. Nothing like the promise of a good pirate story to get the old journalistic juices flowing again, says I. Say, just listen to me prattling on while you stand there all wet and confused and whatnot.
Ah, gotcha.
So, what's your story, Creepwood?
I need a ship so I can get back to Elaine. I need to find a ship so I can get back to LeChuck. I need a ship so I can get back to those monkeys. Which one do we choose?
This island looks, lovely, but where can I find a ship?
Ah.
I really need to get back to the Rock of Gelato and find
Okay,
my
this
wife.
this is not something I
Well,
enjoy
there's
actually.
only one ship here on Flotsam Island. but it won't do you any
When the
good.
dialogue option
Why
you
not?
choose is not exactly
The
what you are going to
winds,
say,
sweet one, the winds.
there is no
Here
way
on
to
Flotsam
really
Island,
understand
the
what
winds
you are
always
going to
blowing
say. Your
inward 24
tone.
hours a day, 365 days a year. It's a freak of nature, a fluke, a curse. Whatever you want to call it, the result is the same. Once you've landed on Flotsam Island, you're trapped.
Are you seriously telling me there's no way off this island?
Well, not by ship, anyway. The only person who I think might know a way off the island is Deep Gut.
Deep gut? What's a deep gut?
Deep Gut's my secret source for off-island news stories.
Okay,
And
I
it's a
don't
good
like
thing,
dialogues
too.
at all.
Without the Gut's uncanny inter-island scoops, the Keelhauler Gazette would never be able to compete with those snooty prima donnas over at the Flotsam Times.
Off-island news? Hey, then he might know something about Elaine. Where can I find this deep gut?
Hold on a second, pirate boy. Davy J. Nipperkin doesn't go handing over his secret sources to every Tom, Dick, and Guybrush that washes ashore.
But I can pay you with treasure from my ship, which is probably at the bottom of the ocean by now.
Look, kid, you seem like a nice enough pirate, so I'll make you a deal.
A deal? I won't have to dress up like a ship, will I? Let's see what he will say.
A deal?
Yeah,
See?
off-island news is nice and all, but the fair citizens of Flotsam are getting tired
It makes
of stories
zero
about
sense.
faraway lands they'll never
Last
see
one
again.
was like that
Not to
too.
mention that I hate being beholden to this Deep Gut person.
So?
So I need some
Yeah,
nice,
Barden, I
meaty
know. I
local
was using
pirate
that mod too.
I love making pirate news.
That's the spirit, kid. You can translate that moxie into news-making pirate mayhem, and I'll hand you Deep Gut on a silver platter.
Yeah, this'll be a snap. A snap. A snap. Ow!
I mean, there's no real reason to choose a dialogue option anymore. Because whatever you choose, Garbash is going to say something else. Possibly all three options lead to the same thing anyway. So why not just give me the dialogue without making me click on any choices, right? Yeah, that is terrible. That part of the game is terrible from the get-go. Yes, Barden, yes. But then don't give me the three answers, right? Just let Guybrush say a deal. Make it like a cutscene.
Well, that's not gonna work.
And when you consider there were plenty of dialogue puzzles in the Monkey Island games. Probably not anymore, not in this game.
Card?
Card? What card? Attention! Club 41, Flotsam Island's most prestigious pirate organization, is no longer accepting new applications for membership. Thank you for your continued interest, and please go away.
You're welcome. Oh, tab is inventory. Is there a hotspot showing button? I is also inventory. Right, there doesn't seem to be a button to show hotspots.
Wind still sucks. Flotsam Island endures 1,138th straight day of unwelcome winds.
I don't think you can set buttons in options. Yeah. There's no button remapping in options.
Nipperkin wasn't kidding about news being slow on Flotsam.
Hey,
Hey, Davy.
call me Nipperkin, kid. Everyone else does.
I'd rather not. So, what sorts of swashbuckling do you go in for around these parts?
Oh, we used to love all sorts of piracy here on Flotsam. Barely a day would go by without a good bar fight. Ship seizing, a buried treasure.
I'll just choose the
cropping up.
first option all the
Now
time.
it seems like all anyone wants to do is hang around and wait for the winds to change.
Well, leave it to me, and your sleepy little hamlet will be bubbling over with buccaneering boisterousness before you know it. I've still got some questions about those acts of piracy.
Fire away, kid. I'm a font of information. What do you want to know?
What kind of ships are there to seize on Flotsam Island?
We've only got one ship on Flotsam, the Screaming Narwhal. It hasn't been seized in years.
Where should I look for treasure on this island?
There used to be all kinds of buried treasures in Flotsam's jungles, but they've been pretty much tapped out. If I were you, I'd look for an established pirate treasure hunter to give you a hand.
Like who?
Where does a pirate go to start a bar fight on this island?
Well, the only bar around here is Club 41. Good luck starting a fight in that joint. They run a pretty tight ship over there, you know what I mean?
No.
Won't using a pirate treasure hunter to find a treasure kind of mess up the story?
Nah, if anything, it'll make it more authentic. I can see it now. New arrival helps famed pirate treasure hunter bag biggest booty ever.
Where should I look for treasure on this island?
There used to be all kinds of buried treasures.
Can
in
I
Flotsam.
skip? Yeah, right click is skip.
I hate it when that happens.
Couldn't you just tell me how to contact Deep Gut? I'll be your best friend.
Sorry, kid, no can do. I need pirate stories, and you need my source. Any questions?
What's this Deep Gut person like, anyway?
Trying to sneak some information out of me, eh? I can respect that, kid. Reminds me of me when I was your age.
Oh, when was that? About 20 minutes ago? Do you really think Deep Gut can tell me what happened to Elaine and LeChuck and help me get off this island?
If there's anyone who can help you with your problems, Skipwood, it's Deep Gut.
Bye.
Fine.
Keep up the...
It's locked.
No one allowed in there but Keelhauler employees, Leapwood. You're thinking of becoming a reporter?
Yes.
Oh, heck no.
Just say yes, dude.
Wind still sucks. The Flotsam Keelhauler Gazette. All the news that floats, will print. Whoever built this jail really wanted to put the burr in Brig. Those eye carvings are creepy.
What?
It's an empty, smelly jail cell. Kind of like the ones back on Melee Island. Good times. From the jails, the flag, and the general air of perverted justice, I can only guess that this must be the Flotsam Island Courthouse. Hear ye, hear ye. Owing to the unprecedented downturn in criminal activity on Flotsam Island, I've locked up the courthouse and taken a
Hello.
long-delayed 3-month sabbatical.
Welcome,
Please
Sagnath.
don't
How
break
are
any
you?
laws until I return, or else. Sincerely, Judge Grindstone.
One guy writes insists on something, he usually annoys other person in a funny way. Here he just go, could you please? Ah. Yeah. Writing might be weaker, yeah. It is probably weaker. Not might be.
I guess court isn't in session today, which is probably a good thing considering all the laws I'll be breaking. Hear ye, hear ye. Owing to...
I mean, we have pretty much established dialogue is the weakest point of this
Pirates
game.
plundering your palace? Buccaneers bashing your balustrades? Swashbucklers slicing your stomachs? Then you need Morgan Le Fay, pirate hunter par excellence. Great, a pirate hunter. I need that like I need a fourth nipple.
No, you don't need to shut up, QP. You won't influence my opinion, don't worry. How many games are there in this series? You only think of 3? Well, this is made primarily by Telltale, not LucasArts. I mean, LucasArts has been in the project, but
Alphabet sale. Free
It
vowels while
is-
supplies last.
Telltale episodic style adventure, 5 episodes.
It's locked.
What do you mean, Parrot? It hasn't even been half an hour. I mean, what did you say that? To us judging the game?
Holy screaming starfish! I think I've just found my ride off this stinking island.
Not so fast, my well-coiffed friend.
Who?
Reginald Van Winslow, captain of the Screaming Narwhal. And you are?
Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
Oh, really?
I mean-
What can I do for you, Mr. Mighty
Dialogue is
Pirate?
clearly subpar to others. The choices. We have seen that. There's no rage and there's no hate. Not at all. I just said dialogue is weak. I didn't say I hate it. And no one is raging here, don't worry.
Heave to and strike your colors. I've come to seize your ship.
You have? Jolly good. No one's been man enough to take the Screaming Narwhal for over 2 years.
He's got a really good attitude for someone who's about to lose his ship. Why are you so happy about me seizing your ship?
I love a good challenge. Girds the mind and sharpens the loins, don't you know?
Huh? Nice ship. Were you drunk when you built it?
See?
Good one, boyo.
There's no correlation
But I
between what I
didn't
choose
build
and
the
what he
Screaming
says.
Narwhal. It was assembled by a committee of concerned flotsam
It is pretty easy
citizens.
to establish that the dialogue system is bad in
They
this
drunk?
game.
No, but they had to use whatever floated ashore. Hence, the aforementioned constructed by Saltsnook.
Well, if you didn't build the narwhal, why are you the captain?
By tradition, whoever knocks the captain of the Screaming Narwhal off the deck gets to be the captain, until he's knocked off by the next guy.
So all I have to do is knock him off, huh? Do you know anything about Club 41?
Club 41? Wonderful place. I haven't been there since I lost my membership card when I seized the narwhal.
Okay. So the card is somewhere in the ship, maybe? Or somewhere around here?
Do you know anything about...
Club 41?
How'd you end up on Flotsam?
Same as everyone else here, lad. The winds. I was chasing some brigand that had stolen my hard-earned booty when all of a sudden Flotsam's capricious winds picked up my ship, shredded it to bits, and plunked me down here on her bounteous shores.
Be seeing ya.
I look forward to it.
So the guy dropped his card when he was knocking down the previous captain of his ship. So the card must be somewhere here. Or somewhere in the ship.
Nothing more piratey than the old climbing up the anchor trick. Oh, dang.
No! Wow.
You'll have to do better than that, lad.
What about the plank? Oh, is it... is it greased?
Prepare to be boarded, Van Winslow. Ah.
Bacon grease, boyo. Slickest stuff in the 7 seas.
Oh, crud. This jacket was an anniversary present. And now it's all covered with bacon grease. Man, is Elaine gonna be PO'd.
Grease smear?
Ew.
Can we pick up some of the grease?
Nah.
Nah. What do you mean, nah? I remember you picking up spits with paper.
Ew.
You peeps know our writing styles are so individually different that they can be identified given a large enough sample size. Well, I think identification by handwriting has been practice of forensics for a long time, right?
Sheer, sexy, and playful, with plenty of support for the active pirate.
Oh, writing style. What does it mean?
Hey, there's something in this sock.
Oh,
Club 41.
okay, gotcha.
Probationary member number 37.
Interesting.
Reginald Van Winslow. This should come in handy.
you got the card.
And Dundee and the dead winds crest you in the bottle of grog.
Flowers. What a crummy sconce. I'd better pick this up before someone trips over it.
I mean, there are AIs which analyze different composers and write music in their style. But that is kind of simpler to analyze and
The doctor is busy.
understand, and write. Mimicking style of a composer. About writing, that's... I wouldn't have thought so.
I'm not sure whether this is late Rococo or early creepy.
So I guess you can feed enough Shakespeare into an AI and make the AI write a new Shakespeare style piece.
Bonjour! Oh, my nose!
Sounds like he's busy.
What is this thing? Phone?
The doctor is busy.
Bonjour! Oh, my nose!
Sounds like he's busy.
Okay. Anyways, you got the card. Glass unicorns.
Wow. Never thought I'd see a pirate selling glass unicorns for a living.
Aye, and I never thought I'd see a talking baboon. So I guess we're even.
Oh, interesting. You just banged your elbow on the arm of your chair. Ouch. Sorry to hear that.
Ahoy there, scruffy artisan! I'm Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
If
Ahoy
it's
yourself.
just the right
Ivy
point,
Gaffer
I mean just the
Cryptid,
wrong point,
pirate
it can hurt
glassblower.
terribly. It's probably just that right point.
How'd a crusty pirate like yourself wind up making little glass unicorns?
Listen, matey. Glass blowing's every bit as dangerous as sailing the Spanish Main. One false move with your glass jack near the glory hole, and you can kiss your eyeballs goodbye.
Oh, what's going on
Again?
there?
I'm not sure that's biologically possible.
I don't condone this in my channel, okay?
So, unicorns, huh?
Aye, graceful, delicate creatures they are. Though, to be honest, they aren't selling so well to the pirate community at large. For my next project, maybe I'll be making something that really speaks to them. Assuming I can ever sell these blasted horny buggers.
What can you tell me about Flotsam Island?
Well, you probably already know about Flotsam Infernal Winds. But has anyone told you about the reefs?
The reefs?
Aye, the crystal reefs of Flotsam Island. Sharper than a dragon's tooth they be. They encircle the island, shredding in a ship foolish enough to get caught in Flotsam's winds.
Yikes. What's this alphabet sale all about?
Well, it's the latest thing. I make unbreakable tubes in the shapes of letters, which can be used to create festive illuminated business signs, novelty mementos, or lamps.
Kitschy.
Aye, very camp. Consonants cost 48 pieces of 8. But today I'm giving away one free vowel per customer. Would you like a vowel?
Yes.
I think I'd like one of those free vowel tubes.
You'd like to buy a vowel, eh? Here you go.
A U? What about A, E, I, O, or even Y?
I wanted a Y.
All sold out. All we got is U-tubes these days.
Okay. We have a YouTube.
Thanks for chatting, but I got a wife and arch nemesis to return to.
Aye, who doesn't?
Can we collect the grease with the YouTube? Maybe. Maybe.
Never do a thing about the weather because the weather never ever does a thing for me.
I don't think that a YouTube would be...
We have a flower pot. I didn't even
No, I
realize we
don't-
picked it up.
And the dead winds crest you.
Alphabet
In the bottle of
sale.
grog.
Alphabet sale. Free vowels while supplies last. Well, blow me down, Glassworks. It's locked.
Arr. The only people allowed in me studio are me, myself, and I...
Green.
Free vowels! Get 'em while they're vowels!
What's this? Oh, return to jungle entrance.
Don't touch those!
Why?
They're mine!
Hi,
Ah, who are you?
I'm Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
Puzzles are fair.
And you
we'll
are?
see.
Joaquin Jacinto de Mera Alfonso de Oro. Treasure hunter extraordinary.
What were you doing down there?
Nothing.
It looked like you were playing with dolls.
They're not dolls. They're polyarticulated porcelain.
How
power
much of this have you
pirates.
played, QP?
What kind of treasure do you hunt? Gold doubloons? Silver triploons?
Anyone can find gold or silver. I look for the rarest of pirate treasures.
I'm almost certain I'm going to regret asking this, but what is the rarest of all pirate treasures?
Dolls, of course.
Porcelain power pirates.
No, not porcelain. You played all of them?
What in the name of Davy Jones's closet organizer are porcelain power pirates?
They're the rarest and
Go, go,
coolest
power
action figures
pirates.
ever. I've been tracking them with the porcelain power pirate treasure maps hidden in special boxes of porcelain power pirate perp flavored breakfast cereal. I've spent
Perp
years
flavored.
tracking them down, and I've almost got the full set.
How many PP pirates do you have left?
The only power pirate I have not found is the ultra rare, impossible to find Dark Ninja Dave with killer karate katana. I thought I might find it here on Flotsam Island, but I got scammed.
Scammed?
Jace, some guy in a plaid jacket with waving arms sold me a Ninja Dave map, but he just keeps sending me in circles.
Probably one, to be honest.
What makes Dark Ninja Dave so rare?
Because
And
a
it depends
bunch of
on how
pirate
professional the guy
parents
is,
had
though.
him banned on account of his pointy killer karate katana accessory. They said it was a choking hazard. Wimps.
What makes Dark Ninja Dave so rare?
Because a bunch of pirate parents had him banned on account.
Mind if I take a look at that map?
Take it. It's useless.
I'll let you know if I find anything. You're sure this Dark Ninja Dave is a valuable treasure, right?
It's the stuff that dreams are made of. Porcelain dreams.
Why is Guybrush not responding to the mention of porcelain? He should strongly dislike porcelain.
Did the wind shipwreck you on Flotsam Island too?
Yes, but I came here voluntarily in search of the elusive Dark Ninja Dave porcelain power pirate action figure.
What's that big
It cannot be
pink
oversight,
pile of
I think.
dolls?
Action figurines.
I think they
Hey,
chose
what's that big
porcelain
pink
for that
pile of
very reason.
Action figurines over there all about?
Those are my extra pink pajama Pierres, the lamest and least valuable of the porcelain power pirates. I loathe pink pajama Pierre with the white-hot intensity of 1,000,000 exploding cannonballs.
Can I call you Doro the Explorer?
No.
The voodoo hand punching us. We deserved it.
Look! It's a Ninja Dave figure with throwing star action!
Well,
Okay, Guybrush. It's only a little porcelain. Just close your eyes and go to your happy place. Ew.
I didn't see anything.
Sorry, must have been a leaf.
Okay, let's check the map.
That jungle sure is noisy.
What's this? Boar, monkey, bee, monkey, boar, bee, pigeon. Let me get a screenshot of this. So they probably indicate directions. And we have to find where to start, which is the... Which is this?
Curious. That oyster shell looks so empty without a pearl. I don't think that a YouTube would be useful there. I don't think that...
This could be the starting point. We're back here.
What's the word?
I'm selling these fine leather jackets.
You don't want leather jackets?
What's the word?
Hummingbird.
Heel hauler.
Okay. Ah.
According to this, it's Sunday, the 12th of Manatee. According to this,
Maybe this is the start point? I don't think so. This is the starting point, the wishing well, okay.
I wish I were the mightiest pirate ever.
No!
No!
Yikes. That could pollute the
Alright, I guess we will have to figure that out somewhere else.
En garde!
Not guess. So let's come back here later. Ah. Jungle entrance. Creepy shack.
Shortcut.
Card?
Card? Oh yes, my membership card. Here you go.
Very good, Captain Van Winslow. Here's your blindfold.
Blindfold?
Come now, sir. You know the rules. All Probationary Club 41 members must wear blindfolds inside the club.
Right, how silly of me.
Very good, sir. Mind the step.
I've heard you make a mean gragatini.
Look out!
Nachos!
I'm so sorry.
Oi!
Sorry. Ow!
Get him!
Ow!
Oof! Look out for his hand!
You foxy hander, you cracker croaker! Aye!
Me leg.
Not the Gurkachini.
What a fight! That was spectacular, Driftwood. Best pirate brouhaha I've seen in months.
I don't know what got into me. It was like my hand was possessed or something.
It is.
Possessed, you say? Sounds like there may be a follow-up story there. Keep feeding me these Boffo pirate stories, Driftwood. I'll be handing over the secrets of Deep Cut before you know it.
Where's the glass? Can we go back? Ouch. They don't care. Is
I
that
don't want to
tar?
get ink all over that.
It is ink.
Actually, I kind of do, but I don't think it'll help.
Ah, are we going to make it?
Arr, Pink Pajama Pierre, you foiled me plans for the last time. Prepare to meet your maker in the even depths of the inky sea.
We are going to turn Pink Pajama Pierre into... What was it?
The end of Pink Pajama Pierre?
Dark
I guess
Ninja
it's
something.
true. Black really is slimming.
So we need to give this a katana.
What the? You put one of those miniature swords with an olive in my Grogatini. I hate those things.
I love it though. It's just what I needed. Thank you, game. I mean, maybe take out the olive?
It's a tiny Grogatini sword with an olive. Between the cool black tights and the dangerously pointy accessory, Pajama Pants Pierre is starting to look halfway collectible.
Halfway? It's fully collectible. In fact, it's the ultra rare collectible.
As happy as it'd make Doro to finally get his hands on a Dark Ninja Dave, or an unreasonable facsimile, I think it'd be a lot more newsworthy if he found it himself.
Okay.
I don't think it would look good there. I don't think it would...
Throw it in the well, maybe? Wait, is this a different one?
Curious.
This is a different one.
I don't think it... Nope. I don't think it would look...
The wishing well was south of here, right? Was it? Okay, maybe not. I don't remember where the wishing well was. Oh,
Wonder what sort of hideous sacrificial rites were performed on this ancient altar. Tastes like chicken. Wonder what sort...
Foolish power pirate! Your porcelain parts will be sacrificed to, Bob, the Lord of the Seas!
Arr, me kidneys!
what? I thought we were going to leave it there. Oh. Another of these.
Hello again.
Stop doing that!
What makes Dark
Because a bunch of pirate parents had him banned on account of his pointy kill. Well, they're take.
Can I use the map to go to the wishing well? We have the creepy shack. You don't have the wishing well.
carvings of mermaids? Or are they mermen?
Unicorns! Get your hand-blown glass unicorns!
I'm back.
Aye, so you are. Aye.
Doctor is probably still busy.
Ahoy there!
Ahoy there, Master Threepwood!
Oh, he calls our name correctly.
I found your membership card.
Keep it! In my book, possession is 7/12 of the law.
I was told there would be no math. Well, if you didn't build the narwhal, why are you the captain?
By tradition, whoever knocks the captain of the Screaming Narwhal off the deck gets to be the captain, until he's knocked off by the next guy.
So what?
I
Okay,
look...
how do we knock this guy off? If he can get up there.
If I give you a flower, will you allow me to seize the Screaming Narwhal?
By Jove, lad, that is by far the silliest attempt to get me off this ship in months.
So you'll do it?
Of course not. You may be silly, but I'm not.
I was sure it was going to work. What about YouTube?
I don't think they'd be amused by my
What about a treasure map?
No.
What about a rare porcelain
I'm
ninja
not giving
figure?
this away. You could pay for my...
Fine. Clothesline.
Alley-oop! Uh-oh.
No.
Hey!
Okay, maybe I have to stick something here so that it doesn't turn.
I don't think that a U... No, I don't...
What could I stick there?
And I never ever do a thing about the weather, because the weather never ever does a thing for me. And the dead winds crest you, and the bottle of grog.
Unicorns!
Wow.
Aye, and I never thought I'd see a talking baboon. So I guess we're even.
Shrimp digits. Okay, let's try to find the treasure location. I mean, I guess first find the wishing well.
En garde! That oyster shell looks so empty without a pearl.
I thought I had gone south from here to find the fishing well. But no. Ah! Okay.
I wish I were the mightiest.
No, don't say it. Oops.
No!
Yikes. That could pollute the.
Maybe we can collect some water.
That could pollute the flotsam.
What? What's he doing? What's he doing? I don't get it.
I know you're supposed to stop and smell the flowers, but this pot looks like someone's taken it a wee bit too literally.
What does it mean?
If this Morgan Le Fay pirate hunter is half as nasty as his ads, I'd better give him a wide berth.
Morgan Le Fay. That's a play on Morgan Le Fay, right? The witch from the Arthurian legends.
It's a U-shaped tube. The U must stand for unbreakable, I guess.
Arch Nemesis of Merlin.
Nothing like a quick paint job and a dangerously pointy accessory to turn a sad, unwanted doll into an exciting ninja assassin.
Okay, boar. Wishing well, boar, monkey, bee. Monkey. I mean, it's difficult to even start guessing if we are supposed to guess. What else could it mean?
That jungle sure is noisy.
So 4 symbols for 4 directions, right? I can't think of any clues where boar or monkey or the other animals might be in a direction. Maybe we have to learn it elsewhere. But where? Let's say boar is north. Then monkey has to mean east, right? Okay, boar is not north. Let's say boar is west. Monkey might mean east or west. No, wait. Boar was west, so monkey has to mean east in that case. B could be south or north, but south will exit. Monkey was east. Yeah, this didn't work.
En garde!
Let's say boar is south. Monkey could mean east or west. Let's say west. B has to mean north in this case. And we are back here. So if boar is east, then monkey will also have to mean east, okay. I don't think this is how we are supposed to solve this by guessing. It doesn't work. Or maybe I'm not getting it, I don't know. Creep shack door. Any other hotspots? Wait. Do those show directions? Weather vane.
Well, that's odd. Don't most weather vanes only have 4 wind directions?
Monkeys shows north here.
What's the word?
Lovebird.
You sound awfully familiar.
What's the word?
Nipperkin.
What's the word? What could the word be? Okay, what do we do with the nose-shaped flower pots?
According to this, it's Sunday, the 12th of Manatee.
Squishy blood red carpets. Can't be a good one.
Critical hits boost. Ketmas 1987
Hey!
just boosted Deus Ex.
Ketmas.
Winky face.
Hello, winky face to you, sir. Hello. Good to see you. How are you, Katniss? Catmas is making damn sure that
Critical hits boost.
Deus
Ketmas
Ex. What?
1987 just boosted Deus Ex.
You cannot do that,
Winky face.
Catmas. You cannot do that. You can only boost Deus Ex once. Choose another game.
Wind still sucks. Flotsam Island endures 1,138th straight day of unwelcome winds.
Yes.
Davey,
What do you got for me, sleep good?
I've still got some questions about those acts of piracy.
Fire away, kid. I'm a font of information. What do you want to know? I hate... Keep up...
Would you perhaps like to boost Neverwinter Nights instead? Or some other game? You cannot boost Deus Ex twice.
Whoever built this jail really wanted to put the burr in. It's an empty good time. Natchy. That's easily one of the 5 or 6 biggest printing presses I've ever seen.
Ain't she a beauty? Of course, she'd be even more impressive if we had any swashbuckling pirate news to print.
Hear ye, hear ye. Owing to the unprecedented downturn in criminal activity...
Okay, you are not here.
Alphabet sale. Well, blow me down, Glassworks.
Unicorn!
I'm back.
Oi! So you are.
Thanks for chatting, but I got a wife and arch nemesis to return to.
Aye, who doesn't?
What am I skipping? Scientific thingamabob.
That contraption just screams
Hey,
mad
Megan.
scientist. Or at the
Welcome.
very least, extremely miffed scientist.
Hello, hello.
The doctor is busy.
Swordfish.
I'm not sure whether this is late Rococo or early creepy.
There are raid alerts for parties that are bigger than one.
And I never ever do a thing about the weather, because the weather never ever does a thing for me.
I don't think a flower sconce would enhance the feng shui right here.
Yeah, how do we enhance the feng shui? Where do we
And the dead
enhance the feng
winds
shui?
crest you. Oh, and a bottle of grog.
Well, it seems Catmas is not changing his words, so let's at least boost this one.
Ew. I don't think a flower sconce would enhance the feng shui right here.
Flower sconce with nose. What are we supposed to do?
I don't think that he...
I don't get it. I can't think of anything.
That sock needs a good darning. Darn you, sock!
Darn you, suck.
Sheer, sexy, and playful, with plenty of support for the active pirate.
And I never ever do a thing about the weather, because the weather never ever does a thing for me.
Unicorns! Get your hand-blown glass unicorns!
Do I really need a hint at this point in the game? I mean, I barely started. Johnny was saying the first episode is pretty difficult. Maybe I'm missing a hotspot. Maybe I'm missing a location. Have I seen every area?
I don't think it would look good there. I don't think it would look good there.
Yeah, I'm
I
sure.
don't think that a YouTube would be useful there.
I'm sure it is fair.
I don't think that a...
I must be missing something,
I
that's
don't
for
think a
sure.
flower sconce... I don't...
For example, these things. What are these things? It's like I'm supposed to place something here.
I don't...
Nah, what do you mean nah?
I don't think that...
Can I combine these? Didn't think so.
There's no place...
This game is awesome. I am waiting for the new Minecraft. I'm not sure how awesome this game is. It is nice. I'm not sure if it's awesome.
Something about that shack shivers me timbers. Well, that's odd. Don't most weather vanes only have 4 wind directions?
What does this mean? This is a clue. What's the word? They ask. Can I turn this? No. Cannot.
This
look in.
Morgan Le Fay... I don't think... No, I don't... Nope.
Clamshell, do we need a pearl here?
That oyster shell looks so empty without a pearl. That oyster shell looks...
Pile of bombs? What?
Smilin' stands young Miss Mini Bombs. All the punch of larger mini bombs packed into a smaller package for petite pirate hands. You know, I better just take all of them.
Yes. Wow, okay.
I don't want to blow that up.
Are you sure? I think you do.
I don't want to blow that up.
Minecraft 1 with Special Edition. Minecraft 1 is amazing. It's amazing. It's not my favorite, but it is amazing for sure.
That could pollute the Flotsam water supply. I don't want to blow that up.
You do want to blow that up, come on.
I don't want to
So... I have an idea. It probably won't work.
Alphabet sail!
I don't want to blow that up.
Why not? You know you do.
Hey, those things are heavy.
No need to explain that. Happens to the best of us.
It doesn't happen to the best of you. It happens only to Guybrush.
I don't want to blow that up.
Why? Why not?
That's a good idea. But I should probably try lighting it first.
How do I light it? With the katana, of course. Grease?
And the dead winds crest you.
I don't want to blow that up.
I'm not telling you to blow that up. Smear it in grease.
I don't want to blow...
And the dead winds crest you.
Free
in the
vowels!
bottle of grog.
Get him wild there, vowels!
Where do we get some fire?
Hey. Unicorns! Get your hand-blown glass unicorns!
Did you say blow?
I don't want to blow that up. I'm back.
Oi!
I'll look. I don't want to blow that.
Bonjour.
I should probably come back after.
And I never ever do a thing about the weather, because the weather never ever does a thing for me.
Come on, where's some fire? How difficult can it be to make fire? Your hand is on fire.
These things could knock a pirate on his or her rear.
Yes. That is what I had in mind. We are going to light it up, put it in the underwear, and we are going to start going across, which will cause the captain to turn the crank to get us back here, which will cause the underpants to get to him, explode, knock him down, is my plan. But I don't know how to light the fuse. Can you give me a very minor hint?
Alphabet sail!
Sure, what the heck. Give me a very minor hint.
Any news? Hey.
I built the stat. I have already built it. It is ready. I mean, the plan does make sense though, doesn't it, Barton? I mean, if I'm missing a lighter or something somewhere, a hotspot, an item that is hidden on the ground like this. Wait, what's that? I am skipping a lot of minor cutscenes and dialogue inside given indoors. I'm not skipping anything. I didn't skip anything when we saw it for the first time. Maybe I wasn't paying attention as I was looking at chat or something, but I try not to skip anything.
Free vowels! Get 'em while they're vowels!
That was your hints that I'm skipping stuff?
Winds crest you and a bottle of grog.
I don't want to blow that up.
And I never ever do a thing about the weather, because the weather never ever does.
I don't want to blow.
Okay, what did we skip lately? We skipped this thing,
I'm not sure whether this is late.
not this.
Bonjour. Hey! What happened to the other leg?
I should probably come back after he's done with his patient.
Unicorn!
Wow. Never thought I'd see a pirate selling glass unicorns for a living.
Aye, and I never thought I'd see a talking baboon. So I guess we're even.
I'm back.
Aye, so you are.
How'd a crusty pirate like yourself wind up making little glass unicorns?
Listen, matey. Glass blowing's every bit as dangerous as sailing the Spanish Main. One false move with your glass jack near the glory hole, and you can kiss your eyeballs goodbye.
I can? I'm not sure that's biologically possible. What can you tell me about Flotsam Island?
Well, you probably already know about Flotsam Infernal Winds. But has anyone told you about the reefs?
The reefs?
Crystal reefs.
Aye, the
Really?
crystal reefs of Flotsam Island. Sharper than a dragon's tooth they be. They encircle the island, shredding in a ship foolish enough to get caught in Flotsam's winds.
Yikes.
Aye.
Okay, this guy's a glassblower. There's got to be fire in his place. We cannot go in, right?
It's locked.
Arr. The only people allowed in me studio are me, myself, and I.
But I am you.
I don't want to blow.
Unicorn!
I don't want to. I don't really have the education, jacket, or fedora to properly interpret ambiguous ancient carvings.
What about the whip? Oh, paper. Okay.
Nipperkin wasn't kidding about news being slow on Flotsam. Davy,
What do you got for me, sleep good?
I've still got some questions about those acts of piracy.
Fire away, kid. I'm a font of information. What do you want to know?
What kind of ships are there to seize on Flotsam Island?
We've only got one ship on Flotsam, the Screaming Narwhal. It hasn't been seized in years.
Won't using a pirate treasure hunter to find a treasure kind of mess up the story?
Nah, if anything, it'll make it more authentic. I can see it now. New arrival helps famed
arrival.
pirate treasure hunter bag biggest booty ever. I hate.
Couldn't you just tell me how to contact Deep Gut? I'll be your best friend.
Sorry, kid, no can do. I need pirate stories, and you need my source. Any questions?
Bye.
Keep up the pirating, kid.
What is that? What does that mean?
I don't want to blow.
Am I missing out spots? QP or anyone else who might know the game? No?
Hello again.
Stop doing that!
What makes Dark Ninja Dave so rare?
Because...
Can I call you Doro the Explorer?
No.
Bye.
Kapla!
Apply yourself. Okay, how do we burn this? Oh, what is no safe flower pots for? That was an altar, right? There was an altar somewhere. What? What's the word? Are we supposed to go into the creepy shack? With the familiar sounding voice?
What's the word?
I'm selling these fine leather jackets.
Okay, I will take a bio break. 2 minutes, be right back.
A what?
Okay, I am back.
I don't think that a YouTube would be useful there. I don't think.
You couldn't decide if you wanted to take over the channel or not.
I don't think a flower scone.
I don't want to blow
I don't
that
wanna
up.
blow that up.
Why not?
What's the word?
You sound awfully familiar. Something about that shack shivers me timbers.
Okay, let's try to decipher the map. Again. So if monkey is north, oh, the altar, okay.
I don't want to. I don't want to.
Observe, young Padawan.
I don't want to. I don't want.
What should I observe?
Take that!
No, no, not the monkey combats, not again. Alright, According to the creepy shack, it looks like north was marked with a monkey. Okay, let me show you this too.
That jungle sure is noisy.
Jungle is noisy, what does it mean? This is not Kotor yet. I am learning. What am I learning? You are confusing me. Oh! B sound to the north. Bar sound to the east. Monkey sound to the west. Got it! No, monkey sound to the south. Bird sound to the west. Okay, okay, so we go boar first. Wow, that was tough. I think this is probably the first sound-based puzzle in any Monkey Island game. Okay, now B. So, monkey. Bar. No. I might have messed up. Okay, I have to restart. I messed up. So, boar first. Now monkey. Now B. Open your senses to the nature. Yeah, it was. Combined with the jungle is noisy thing, it made me think to listen to the sounds. Yeah, it was a good thing. Yeah, B. Monkey now. Now boar.
Take that!
Hey, Karitsa!
Karitsa 1978 is celebrating with her 50 bits.
Welcome, Karitsa. Hello, thank you for the cheers. So now B. Now bird. What? We come here though. How does it work?
En garde!
Am I misunderstanding the sounds? Okay, this is B. This is boar, right? Now monkey. Okay, now B. Okay, Okay, monkey again. Okay, now boar.
Pew 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 pew.
Okay, now bee. Now birds. This is monkey. What?
That jungle sure is noisy.
So it must be here.
Hello again.
I... Stop doing that! There... Take...
Am I making a mistake? I keep getting here. You can tell me the start. Isn't it the wishing well? Am I starting from the wrong spots? This has to be the start. It's the wishing well. Don't tell me anything though. Of course, use the map there first. Okay.
This looks promising.
Okay. It's working now. Now B.
So far, so good.
Oh, the well is gone. Okay. Monkey.
This
War.
looks promising.
En garde!
B.
So far, so good.
And bird. Let's bury the treasure.
Dark Ninja Dave with killer katana cutlass waits stealthily for famed out-of-shape pirate hunter Joaquin D'Oro to find him.
A sound-based puzzle, wow. I didn't expect it from Monkey.
Stop doing that!
Great news, Doro. I think your map isn't a ripoff after all.
It isn't? But I never found anything with it.
You must have been reading it wrong. Here, follow me.
And... X marks the spot.
See? I told you I could find it.
Whew. Huh? I better start digging. I hope it's not as deep as the others.
What a treasure hunter.
Madre de Dios.
El
Dark
pollo diablo.
Ninja Dave! With killer karate katana! Dark Ninja Dave! Dark Ninja Dave! Finally! The full set of porcelain power pirates is mine! All mine! Ow! I got dirt in my eye.
It's sand.
Do my ears deceive me, or did that portly pirate just dig up a buried treasure?
You sure did, with a little help from
Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
Trademark.
That's fantastic! We haven't had a good buried treasure story in weeks. I'd better catch up with that wheezy pirate before he has a coronary. Or worse, starts talking to those boobs from the Times. Snappy pirating, Threepwood. Keep this up, and the secrets of Deep Gut will be all yours.
Yes. Mighty
I
Pirates.
hope no one notices that I've re-gifted this buried treasure spot.
Don't worry. Well, this was the second out of the 3 tasks. We still have to take over the ship, and for that we still need the fire. We are not close to the fire puzzle. So how can we make a fire? We can use a
Unicorns!
Aztec idol on
Get your
a
hand
water
on glass
wheel.
unicorns!
We can use flints on steel. We don't have an Aztec idol. Or Mayan rather. Or a water wheel for that matter. We have a seagull.
No, I don't think...
What if I combine these?
Let's try that again.
Almost.
Yep. Still pointless. Ew.
This
I don't
doesn't
think-
work. This doesn't work.
No, I don't...
This doesn't work.
I don't think...
I don't know why it would work. Would you like flowers?
If I give you a... So you'll...
Would you like YouTube?
I don't think they'd be amused by my YouTube offering.
Well, they might be.
And I never ever do a thing about the weather, because the weather never ever does a thing for me.
I don't think they'd be amused. Would you like a flower?
Nah, those things make me sneeze like a banshee. Which can be a real hazard when you're blowing molten glass.
Banshee sneeze. Who knew?
Are we supposed to make this guy... How to make some new unicorns maybe? That make him sneeze into the fire, light up this bomb or something?
No, I don't think...
Contact the aliens, wait 4,000 years for a response. Sounds like a good plan. Would you like flowers?
Any news?
Any nose? Yeah, sure, there's
No,
a
I
nose.
don't think a flower sconce would... I don't want to get in... Actually,
You know you do.
I don't want to get in...
Airbrush.
I don't want to...
Weather Vane. There's another weather vane.
N-E-W-S. Hey, the wind directions spell news. This means something.
does it mean something, really? Guybrush? You think so?
Club 41. I wonder what the 41 stands for. Attention! Club 41, Flotsam Island's most prestigious pirate organization, is no longer accepting new applications for members.
So the word for the creepy shack we are going to learn from Nipperkin, right? After completing the third task. Seizing the ship. Hello, Johnny, hello. Welcome. Just in time to see me suffer again in yet another Monkey Island game. I am trying to find some fire. How are you, Johnny? So far so good or so far so bad? It is good, it is good, it's not bad. There are some, I mean, I think the whole dialogue system is very lacking compared to the previous games. But puzzles are nice. The humor is fine. I'm enjoying it. Controls are an improvement upon escape, that's for sure.
That oyster shell looks so empty.
So I was told I'm not missing a hotspot. Ah, your son's birthday is soon. Happy birthday to your son. In advance.
I hope no one notices that I don't want to bury. I don't want to.
The guy is gone, okay.
Alphabet sail!
No, I don't think a flower. No, I don't.
Free vowel!
Would you like a
Nee.
Banshee sneeze?
Maybe it's a wind puzzle? Could it be a wind puzzle?
Free vowels! Get 'em while they're vowels!
The wind is blowing to the east, right? So maybe we could make the flowers, the pollens, blow towards the guy. What am I saying? That can't be a puzzle. Am I going to use the flowers on the winds? Where's the wind? Okay, that's not it. I can't believe I'm failing to light the fuse of a bomb. It shouldn't be too difficult, right?
I don't want to blow that up.
Words of wisdom. Are you asking me? Or someone else? I don't know. How do I make fire?
And the dead winds cry.
You remember this bit.
Oh, and a bottle of grog.
Mother Mary comes to you. Mother Goofy. Oh, you did 2 episodes?
These things could knock a pirate on. It's a U-shaped tube. The U must stand for unbreakable, I guess. I wonder what the artist was trying to say with this flower pot. Other than I need some more pottery lessons, of course. If this Morgan Le Fay pirate hunter is half as nasty as his ads, I'd better give him a wide berth.
And I never ever do a thing about the weather, because the weather never ever does a thing for me.
I mean, my best guess is somehow making this guy work
Unicorns!
with fire.
Get your hand-blown glass unicorns!
Make him sneeze.
I don't think that he... No, I don't think of... Know anything about this pirate hunter?
Le Fay? Ah, you'd best be steering clear of him if you know what's good for you. The way I hears it, his face is so hideously grotesque that most pirates slit their own throats at the mere sight of him.
Right.
No, really. I heard it from a friend of a guy.
A friend of a guy who slit his throat.
Why?
Okay, let's ask the other characters about this Morgan Le Fay.
Hey, do you know anything about this Le Fay guy?
Morgan Le Fay, beastly chap. Keeps a nest of trained scorpions in his beard, or so the story goes.
Scorpions, huh? I should try that the next time Elaine complains about crumbs in my beard.
And the dead winds crest you.
Alphabet
Oh, and a
sail.
bottle of grog.
Hey.
What can you tell me about this Morgan Le Fay guy?
Pirate hunter? Oh, he's a mystery, that one.
How so?
Stories about Le Fay started trickling in about a year ago. Frightening, fantastical tales of a hard-as-nails pirate hunter with ice in his veins and death in his eyes.
Spooky.
Spooky, sure, but none of the stories jibed. One pirate would testify to a daring escape from a red-bearded giant. The next would spin a yarn about a peg-legged midget. Either there's a whole fleet of pirate hunters sailing around calling themselves Morgan Le Fay, or somebody's hiding something.
Is that all? Come on, give me more. Would you like a flower?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't want to blow. Mama.
Uncle, uncle. Squishy blood red carpet.
I don't want to blow that. No, I don't think. I don't think that. No, I don't. It's locked.
No one allowed in there but keel hauler employees, Leapwood. You're thinking of becoming a reporter?
Yes.
Oh, heck.
Say yes. Tail carvings.
I don't want to blow that. I don't want to blow. I don't think. No, I don't. I don't think a flower... I don't want to...
Alright, give me the hints. Mama! Mama! Give me the hints. Learn from my failures and the path of them. That was a hint?
Free vowels! Get him while they're vowels!
That was your hint? Learn from my mistakes? Like, do you want me to try these again?
Alley-oop! Uh-oh. Hey! I don't want to blow.
Oh! Ah! He throws hot coal, right? Hot coal is now going to fall on the grease. It's going to be lit on fire.
Hot, hot, hot! Ow! And now the dock is smoldering. Perfect.
Okay, got it. Thanks, QP. That was nice.
Okay, now what?
That was a nice hint, actually.
It's a good thing Winslow's undies have so much crotchal support. No, don't, please.
No, don't,
Sneakier than
please.
that if you want to knock me off, lad.
Oh, please.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
What? Clever boy. Well played, Master Threepwood. Or should I say, Captain Threepwood.
Captain?
Aye, now that you've bounced me off the screaming narwhal, you're officially its captain. Until someone else comes along and knocks you off.
Sweet.
Aye, bloody well sweet it is. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some massive internal hemorrhaging to attend to. Congratulations!
I just got a tip there's some kind of wanton piracy going on around here.
Not just any wanton piracy, a genuine ship seizure committed by none other than Captain Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate. Guybrush is one word.
Wonderful! I could probably get a week's worth of stories out of this. You know, Threepwood, you've got spunk. Pirate spunk.
Ew.
Now, why don't you take a walk with me back to the keel hauler? Tell me a little bit more about yourself.
Well, it all started back on Melee Island. And that's how I wound up here on Flotsam Island.
Well, I don't know how you did it, Seepwood, but thanks to you, I've got enough sordid swashbuckling stories to keep the Flotsam Keel Hauler Gazette afloat for months. That'll show those bozos over at the Times.
Yeah, that's, great. Now, about Deep Gut.
My pleasure, Threepwood. Sit tight while I make you a copy.
Copy?
Tammy, give me a copy of the Deep Gut file. Pronto. Right away, Mr. Nipperkin. Here you go, kid.
It was the same person.
Everything you need to know to contact Deep Gut.
Definitely
Don't
the
let
same
anyone
person.
know I gave this to you, okay? My editor will put me on deep cover in the obituary beat. Catch my drift?
Not really, but...
Great! Now, if you'll excuse me, Ace reporter Davey Nipperkin's got some headlines to grab.
Finally! Now I can ask this Deep Gut person how to get off this island and back to Elaine. Seems simple enough.
Okay, where is that line?
What's the word?
Deadline.
Let's see who the familiar voice is.
Welcome, Guybrush.
The voodoo lady! Boy, am I glad to see you. I've got so many questions.
There'll be time enough for questions later. But first, hand me the LeChuck Slayer.
The what?
The cursed cutlass of Kaflu. Now that LeChuck has been destroyed, the cutlass must be ritually dismantled in a soul-chilling voodoo ceremony to ensure that his evil never reawakens.
Yeah, about that. I tried to destroy LeChuck with the cutlass, but I had to make some last-second substitutions, and there were some complications.
What manner of complications?
Well, the cutlass didn't so much annihilate LeChuck as it turned him human.
What?
I couldn't believe it either.
What?
Personally, I think
Well, the lady never gets
A
angry.
human LeChuck. This is troubling.
Can you help me?
I'll do as much as the fates allow, but I fear that you will not like what I have to say.
Can you help me get off Flotsam Island? I've got a ship, but it won't do me any good with these crazy winds.
The cards say no.
No. Can't you just wiggle your fingers and voodoo schmoodoo the winds to blow out?
What you ask is beyond my power, Guybrush.
Then what in the name of Satan's comb-over are you good for, you bloated old sea hag?
What was that?
That was the pox of LeChuck.
Who the what now?
The pox of LeChuck. When your improperly enchanted cutlass turned LeChuck into a human, all the evil voodoo juju within him had to go somewhere. Were you touching him at the time?
I was. Does that explain the antisocial behavior and the crude gestures?
Yes. Some of LeChuck's evil has seeped into your hand.
Do you have a cure?
No, but I know where you can find one.
I feel a piratey quest coming on.
To eliminate the pox of LeChuck, you must seek out La Esponja Grande.
The big sponge?
La Esponja Grande is no ordinary sponge, Treepwood. It is a legendary sea sponge with incredible voodoo exfoliating abilities, capable of absorbing limitless quantities of voodoo mojo.
Where can I find it?
I have never seen it myself, but a former friend of mine, Coronado de Cava, spent many years searching for it. I last saw him in the Jerkbait Islands. Take this locket to him, and tell him I vouched for your character.
I'll get right on it after I find Elaine.
That would be unwise, Guybrush. The pox of LeChuck must be eliminated before it spreads.
Whatever. Can you tell me if Elaine is okay?
The view is hazy. Ask again later.
Later? But she could be in danger, or dead, or worse.
I only know what the spirits reveal, Guybrush Treepwood.
If you can't tell me about Elaine, can you at least tell me where LeChuck is?
Without a mark of the voodoo on him, LeChuck's whereabouts are a mystery to me.
Do you have anything to stave off the pox of LeChuck? His hand is really starting to annoy me.
The only way to safely deal with the pox is
What else can you tell me about the pox of LeChuck?
It's a creeping cloud of unstoppable evil, spreading LeChuck's accumulated vileness like a disease across the seas.
Ugh.
Even now, I can sense the pox wending its way to this very island.
Assuming that I do go looking for La Esponja Grande after I get off this island, what else can you tell me about it?
It's a giant magical sea sponge capable of absorbing immense voodoo energies. If there's anything that can mop up all of LeChuck's evil mojo, it's the sponge.
Okay. Oh, there's more.
Tell me more about this locket.
It was given to me by my friend, Coronado de Cava.
Why do you keep putting dramatic pauses around
I was about to
friend?
ask.
Was Coronado...
Yes, he was my boyfriend.
Icky.
We met in the Jerkbait Islands many years ago. I fell in love with his treasure-hunting mind and his beautiful eyes. He fell in love with my voodoo charms and my supple...
La 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 la, not listening.
like a volcano. But after several months of ocean-steaming passion, our love cooled after he became obsessed with the myth of La Esponja Grande. When we parted, he gave me that locket.
Sad. And disquietingly graphic.
Nice story.
You know, you've been helping me out for years, and I still don't know your name.
Names have power, Guybrush Threepwood. Only a fool willingly gives it away.
Does my name have power?
Sure, why not?
Well, this has been disturbing, but I've got an island to escape, a wife to find, and apparently a giant voodoo-sucking sponge to hunt.
May the fates guide you, Guybrush Threepwood.
You're probably going to visit the doctor, maybe the courthouse.
International House of Mojo brand hand lotion. Good for removing warts, curses, hexes, and unsightly buboes. Warning, not for use against poxes, especially the pox of LeChuck.
Aww.
Rats.
Useless hand lotion. Bookshelf.
Hey, I bet one of those creepy voodoo books could come in handy.
This is not a lending library, Threepwood. Merely intoning the titles of these forbidden tomes can inflict a curse on uninitiated tongues.
Yeah, right. Chicken hearts for the soul.
What to expect when you're expecting zombies? Screams of my father. Z is for zombie. The new Joy of Hex, a gourmet guide to spellmaking in the 1590s.
We are cursed with loss of voice. Scary Potter and the something. C++ for beginners. And the art of monkey robot maintenance. Heretics of Rune. Hex yourself, LT. Wait, are we going to get cured over? The Threepwood delusion. Letter to a Wooden Nation. How many are there? Hex and the city. There I'm back again and again and again. Room with a voodoo. I don't get that one. What? What's that character? What's that symbol? How to tame a three-headed monkey. What? The same thing? How many of these are there? Okay, maybe there are endless of these. Yeah, okay. We are killing time on Flotsam Island.
Knock knock.
Guybrush, don't.
Who's there?
No.
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
You fool.
What?
I've spent months crafting a pyrite parrot of Petaluma and you've ruined it before it was finished. Now I'll have to start all over.
Sorry.
Okay, something for us to pick up.
Spiffy rug. Is that some sort of voodoo foursquare court?
That is the symbol of the crossroads, the intersection between this world and the world of the spirits. All those who practice the voodoo must make offerings to the crossroads to draw magic into the world of the living.
Really? Because I've never seen LeChuck offer up anything to anyone.
That is because LeChuck is a selfish abomination, hoarding voodoo power for personal gain without concern for the natural order of things. Now that he's human, his leftover plundered mojo is oozing around like a disease, clogging the crossroads with its putrescence.
Like a toilet.
Sure, why not?
I'm not sure what kind of skull that is, but I hope I never run into one. Worst
Navigator?
air freshener ever.
Is that you?
Can't you use all the magical gunk in these bottles to cure my hand?
The pox of LeChuck can only be cured with La Esponja Grande.
What's this?
I recently found this contraption in a swamp. I have yet to plumb its mysteries.
What is this? Nothing?
That
Yes.
really puts the dye in diorama. What's this?
That is a shrine to Noah Treblig, keeper of the crossroads.
Hey, if you're done with this, can I have it?
Fine. It's of no use to me now.
Look, Parrot. I found your
Who's
friend.
the studliest pirate in the whole wide world?
Bark! It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, Mighty Pirate.
Heh. It's locked.
Yes, and it will remain locked until it's ready to reveal its secrets. Many moons from now.
Wonder what's in...
Don't touch that! It's where I keep my unmentionables.
Scariest closet in the world.
Yummy.
Is it a rubber chicken? Deep freezer. Frozen woodies.
Frozen chicken gizzard, frozen newt eyes, snake venom popsicles.
My favorites.
What's this?
Ah, the spirits have guided you well. That is a bottle containing an ancient scroll left behind by the Vacalians, the former inhabitants of Flotsam Island.
Ancient scroll, huh? Do you think it can tell me anything about these messed up winds?
Perhaps, but first, you'll have to figure out how to break the unbreakable bottle I've sealed it in.
Unbreakable bottle? Why would you do that?
Some secrets are
Yes,
too dangerous to
I was
fall into
thinking about
mortal
that.
hands, Threepwood.
Anything else you want to tell me about this scroll in the bottle?
I purchased the scroll from a bitter old pirate named McGee. Make of that what you will.
Murray?
No. Ah, the way the rain is broken.
Guess this thing fell off the roof when I had my little LeChuck episode. I should get shouty more often. Looks like the wind gods of Flotsam are pointing that way.
Okay.
I just bet that Hemlock's map holds the secret to getting off this island and back to Elaine. But how will I get it out of that unbreakable bottle? Once I get off this stupid island and find Elaine, I guess I'm gonna have to track down this Decava guy so I can find La Esponja Grande. Polly, want a cracker?
Bark! It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, Whitey Pirate.
Okay.
Hey there, Threepwood. Hey, you mind if I get your pirate on the street opinion about the death cloud?
Death Cloud?
Cloud? The Pox of LeChuck.
The Pox of LeChuck? Pox of LeChuck. Nah, too on the nose, not a pizzazz. Death cloud is punchy. More in your face, more, ooh, I'm gonna die. Well, I got sick pirates to interview. See ya.
Uh-oh.
Unicorn.
I'm back.
Aye, so you are.
So, unicorns, huh?
Aye, graceful, delicate creatures they are. Though, to be honest, not
Aw.
selling so well to the
His
pirate
hands.
community at large. For my next project, maybe I'll be making something that really speaks to them. Assuming I can ever sell these blasted horny buggers.
How'd a crusty pirate like yourself wind up making little glass...
Listen, matey. Glass...
I can? What can you tell me about this bottle?
That'd be one of me special unbreakable bottles.
Unbreakable? Ha! There isn't a bottle alive that's a match for my gift for destruction.
There isn't a bottle alive. Period. Guybrush.
The secret ingredients are those jagged crystal reefs. They're tougher than diamonds.
Weird. But what do you do if you want to open one of these unbreakable bottles in order to, say, look at an ancient scroll you've cleverly sealed inside?
That's a good question, lad. Here, show you how it's done. I use this little beauty to chip off flakes from the reefs and to crack open bottles like this one.
Whoa! So let me get this straight. Your unbreakable bottles are, in fact, opened by breaking them?
Don't get cute, Blandy. I break other things too, you know.
Hey, no need to get aggressive. Okay, I need that thing. Come on, give me that thing.
Could you use your nifty bottle-breaking tool to break open a bottle for me?
Of course. Great. That'll be 37 pieces of 8.
Oh.
What? I haven't got any pieces of 8.
Well, then I guess I won't be breaking any bottles for you.
I'm back.
Aye.
What can you tell me about Flotsam Island?
Well, you probably already know about Flotsam Infernal Winds.
Okay.
Aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
Look, a three-headed monkey.
Hey, keep your grubby mitts off me bottle breaker.
Okay. How to distract the guy?
I don't think they'd enjoy my pair. Would you like a flower?
Nah.
Ah, we cannot go to the ship. And the former captain is not here.
I've got a ship again. Now, if only these stupid winds would stop sucking, I could sail away and find Elaine.
Okay. Let's try the lecture.
Bonjour.
Hi there. Are you a doctor?
Mais oui, I am the Marquis de Singe, former court physician to King Louis himself. And who might you be?
Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
Trademark.
Zut alors! Your hand.
Yeah, I seem to have come down with something.
This is fantastic. We must investigate at once.
Fantastic.
Très intéressant alors. And you say your sick little hand has a mind of its own?
Yeah, it keeps hitting people, making rude gestures, doing all sorts of stuff I'd never do. Well, not without a really good reason, anyway.
Fascinating.
So, can you fix it?
Monsieur Threepwood, you have my word as a former physician of the court of King Louis that by the time you leave here, your misanthropic hand will never trouble you again.
So, how did a dazzling urbanite like yourself wind up in a sleepy pirate island like Flotsam?
Ah, mon ami, that is a tale of triumph and tragedy. Many years ago, I was a young physician in the court of King Louis. Those were early days, tending to the many ills of the aristocracy, navigating scandalous palace intrigues. I was a rising star in the scientific firmament.
And then? Then?
Really?
A conspiracy of jealous scientists accused me of performing inhuman crossbreeding experiments with the queen's poodles!
But does it
Scientists
turn
can be
green?
so catty.
The king was outraged and ordered me exiled on this deserted tropical island.
Deserted? Then you were the first?
Oui. Happily, my solitude was short-lived, as the merry winds of Flotsam have conspired to bring me many new pirate patients over the years.
Scientifically speaking, what do you think is the cause of these crazy winds swirling around Flotsam?
Ah, yes, the winds. Personally, I'm convinced that they are a rare but perfectly natural meteorological phenomenon caused by a Lagrange inversion of the atmospheric humors in the upper
Interesting.
troposphere, causing a counter-cyclonic,
Forget I asked.
Incroyable!
So, Doc, what's the verdict?
Ah, monsieur, you are a very lucky man.
I am?
Ah, oui. The disease spreading through your saucy little parrot hand is like nothing I've ever seen before.
That doesn't sound very lucky.
In fact, somewhere in that oozing appendage may lie the secret to life itself.
It may? Hey, nice going, hand.
I'll know more after I cut it off.
What?
No! Our hand!
But of course, Monsieur Threepwood, the only cure for a hand that infected is a quick, clean amputation.
Amputation? Isn't that a little rash?
No, it's a very big rash, which is why we'll have to amputate. But not to worry, monsieur. Your hand won't feel a thing thanks to my specially concocted grog anesthetic.
Ow!
Now, if you'll just relax here a few minutes, I'll be in the back sharpening my petit guillotine blade. We don't want to cut off our hand with a dull blade now, do we?
Well, I guess you have a point there.
Uh-oh.
Au revoir.
What a loon. But at least my hand seems under control for a while. I better figure out a way out of this tastefully appointed abattoir before the Marquis de Crazy Pants comes back.
Marquis the crazy man. Dr. Singe's examination table can be moved by using A and D to rotate left. Okay.
Feats don't fail me now. Score 1 for the pirate with the pointy feet. I don't think this key goes with that lock. And besides, I don't think my legs will bend that far. I hope this works, or I'm about to throw away a perfectly good key.
Jacques! Bad monkey! After I take care of Monsieur Threepwood, it's back in the box for you.
Listen, monkey, if you and I work together, we can both bust out of this joint. What do you say? Are you with me? That's the universal symbol for yes. That's the key Singe used to lock me down. If only we weren't so far away. Come on, Jacques, help a guy out.
Are you hungry?
Wonderful. Well, that's...
What are these?
This looks like it might do something interesting.
Oh. What?
Ouch!
He likes it?
That looked unpleasant.
So this is that contraption. Shock pad. Oh, this is
Let's
another.
see what this does. Bananas from heaven! Thanks, Banana God.
Ah! Wait. What? What?
It's a strange drawing of the inside of my hand.
I call it la desangographe.
Far away.
I call it creepy. It's a
Okay. Let's try this again.
Sorry.
So this shocks the monkey wherever
Wait a
he
second.
is.
Is he enjoying this?
He is actually. Okay.
It's a cute little bell that makes the monkey play with that picture machine over there.
Ah, of course. So there are two locations. Yeah, there are two locations. So send them there. Now shock him.
Sick little monkey.
Where did it fall to?
All right, feet. Make yourselves useful. All right.
Nice.
A gross picture of my grosser hand. Things are looking up. I don't think I want to drop this there. I can't reach it. Whoops. I meant to do that.
I know you meant to do that because I meant to do that. Yes.
That's the key to Sinju's. Come on, Jacques. Help a guy out. Wonderful.
Are we going to shock? Probably.
Wow, an electromagnetic monkey! I had a dream like that once. Only it was an iguana, not a monkey. And instead of a key, it was an ice cream cone. Plus, I was in my underwear for some reason.
You don't want to hear Guybrush.
Wow, he seems excited about something. That's it. Come on, you magnificent magnetic monkey. Gotcha!
Nice.
Now, to work the key into the lock. Ta-da!
Ta-da!
Monsieur Threepwood, what do you think you're doing? Get back on the table at once.
Sorry, Doc, but I think I should get a second opinion.
No, not
Thanks
that
for
at all.
numbing up my hand, though. All that flailing and slapping was getting on my nerves.
Wait!
Shucks.
Wait! Stop! I must have your beautiful dirtifying hand! Come back! Ah! Slovenly parrots! Leaving their trash floating all over the place! A parrot hunter, eh?
Okay. What did we accomplish? Aside from the guy hiring a pirate hunter to hunt us?
Hey there, I'm Guybrush Threepwood.
I guess
mighty
we got
pirate.
our hand numbed.
And you are?
It's Hemlock. Hemlock, Mickey. Arr, you!
Me?
Couldn't leave old Hemlock alone with his grog and his tattered dreams, could you?
Did the wind shipwreck you on Flotsam Island too?
I've been trying to suss out these zany zephyrs since I washed up here. I even found an ancient scroll that promised to lead me to all the answers.
No.
Aye, but I couldn't figure it out. I got so frustrated that I kicked one of those statues out in the jungle and stubbed me toe. When I went to that butcher Desange, he cut me leg off.
Ooh, harsh.
Without 2 good legs, I couldn't explore anymore. So I limped into Club 41 and started up a long-term relationship with a keg of grog.
Grog is not your friend.
Can I see your ancient scroll?
Afraid not, Skippy. Some 2-bit witch stole it from me in a poker game a few months ago. Won't do any good without my Eye of the Manatee, though.
Oh.
Keen. Can I borrow it?
Now, why in the name of Neptune's hangnails would I let you borrow this priceless artifact of a long-dead civilization?
I was thinking I could carry on your work to make amends for the whole getting your leg hacked off thing.
Fine.
Oh.
Can't use it anymore anyhow.
Okay, it was easy.
Thanks, Hemlock. I promise you probably won't regret this.
For once, someone said okay when
Hey
they
there.
asked for something.
What do you want now?
Why aren't you in Club 41, curled up with your grog?
Because the 2 Diamond Cannon cloggers kicked me out.
Why?
The club has a strict no feet, no service clause.
Talk about adding insult to injury. What the heck happened to your legs?
You mean, aside from some Egypt getting a poor old pirate involved in a deadly bar fight?
Yeah.
4 words. The Marquis de Sange.
The Marquis de Singe cut off your legs?
Aye. Not only once, of course. He cut off the first leg 7 years ago, after I stubbed me toe while investigating the winds of Flotsam Island.
That seems kind of severe.
Aye, sometimes I think that Ponzi git has it in for me.
You know, even aside from the legs, you're looking a little green at the gills.
I think you should mind your own beeswax, you lily-livered sucker.
Okay, calm down.
Whoa. What was that?
What was what?
So long.
So long, Saka.
Yeah, whatever.
Where's the reporter? Can we go in?
It's locked.
Where was the clamshell thing? This is the altar. Okay. What? What?
I don't think so.
Okay, maybe not yet? Huh.
Nah. I don't need to. Interesting. I see.
You see? Are you sure? Wait, which one was it?
Looks like the wind gods of Flotsam are pointing that way.
Okay.
Interesting.
Back? Oh, we're somewhere else.
I see.
Could be. Possibly.
Nope. I don't need to. Looks like the wind gods of Flotsam are pointing that way.
So this will be the exit though. Right?
Interesting.
Okay, this didn't serve any purpose. So we have to get the bottle open now.
Unicorns!
I wonder if the courthouse is
Get your
open.
hand-blown glass unicorns! Alphabet sale!
I guess court isn't in session today. I don't think they'd enjoy.
So how do we distract this
I'm
guy?
back.
Aye, so you are. Aye.
Either we get rid of all these unicorns so he has to work
Get him while they're
on a new
vowels.
project.
A
Hey!
What?
Meow. Elaine, here I come.
What?
Or
Was that a
maybe
bug?
not.
How did it not work and work at the same time? Is that Schrodinger's puzzle?
This looks promising.
I don't get it. I mean, I can follow this. No, it shouldn't, because we obviously failed. I mean, the item is there. See, the item is still there. That was a weird bug, I think. Should I reload? Alright. Reloaded
Leave owls! Get him what?
to before the bug.
Wild their vowels!
Alright, quick by break
Leave
again.
owls! Get
2
him
minutes, be
wild
right
their
back.
vowels!
Alright, I'm back. So I wonder if we can reproduce the bug.
Look, a three-headed monkey.
Hey! Keep your grubby mitts off me bottle breaker!
Yeah,
Meow.
it is reproducible.
Elaine, here I... Or maybe not.
But we are going to solve the puzzle fair and square, so whatever we need to do to actually get the item, we are going to try and find.
No, I don't think...
So the puzzle must somehow involve the flower, right?
I don't think of...
Free vowels! Get him wild there, vowels! Unicorns! Get your hand-blown glass unicorns!
I don't think that a YouTube...
So where does the YouTube come handy? What can we use it for? And the nose-shaped pot, what does it mean? What's the significance? You have a parrot. Hello, Com. Good to see you. Stream is going well. Game is tougher than I thought. I mean, I was told it was tough, but still, it is tougher than I thought. But fun, so no complaints here. How are you? How's your Monday so far?
Alphabet sail!
Swirling Pox Vortex. Ah, we can talk to the Singed or the Sange. You are delighted to arrive and see no monkey combat. Oh, believe me, I'm more delighted than anyone can
Unless
ever
you're
be.
here to volunteer your hand to the advancement of science,
You know,
I have nothing to say to you. For now.
I don't know if you caught the end of the game, end of my count 4, but we were back at monkey combat for the end of the 4th game. Just when I thought it was, we were done with it, you know, it came back.
Why are you so interested in my hand anyway?
Because
Anyways, we are done
the
with that
disease
game.
that courses through it appears to be an entirely new life form, capable of animating and taking over dead tissues.
No kidding. That's so...
Oh, traveling
Wait,
all
did
day?
you say dead tissues?
Hey, thank you for saying that.
My hand's not dead. It moves. Sometimes all by itself.
And that's what makes it so fascinating. A seemingly necrotic hand, persistently animating as though compelled by an outside force. Just imagine the possibilities.
Really weird puppet shows? You know, there's other sick pirates infected with the same disease as my hand. Why don't you cut off their limbs?
He does, actually.
I have, but your case is special somehow. I must have that hand.
How about no?
We'll just see about that.
What are you doing out here? Don't you have some mildly injured pirates to mangle?
I'm investigating these wondrously icky green clouds that have settled over Flotsam Island.
What are you...
I'm investigating these wondrously...
Bye.
Oh.
Swirling Pox Vortex.
Dr. DeSinge?
That's the Marquis de Singe to you, ruffian.
Marquis d'Assange.
Bye.
Oh.
Madam Maxima, can we go in?
Dr. DeSinge.
That...
Bye.
Oh.
Today's forecast calls for the pox of LeChuck oozing in from the Rock of Gelato, combining with Flotsam's stubbornly sucking winds to create a Cat 5 crud storm.
Huh?
That'd make a loud...
Oh, we need a perch for... Maybe... What can we use as a perch?
Free vowels! Get him wild there, vowels! Unicorns! Get your hand-blown glass unicorns!
That'd make a lousy perch. That'd make a...
I mean, we can... Theoretically, we can use the parrots as a means of distraction. Would this be a perch? No. What about? No? Hamlock. They're probably done
Hey
with
there.
this guy.
What do you want?
Some distraction.
So,
Yeah.
that'd make a lousy.
Destruction.
What do you want to destroy? And why do you want to destroy it?
I don't want to. Actually,
Okay, let's go back to Woody Lady. And when, obviously.
why didn't you tell me that grog could be used to stave off the effects of the pox?
Grog? Grog won't cure the pox of LeChuck. It will only make it worse.
How can
Worse?
grog make anything worse?
Your hand may seem fine now, but when it wakes up, it'll be even nastier than ever.
Oh no.
You've just got a thing against grog. Do you know anything about the Marquis de Singe?
I do not trust that man, nor do I understand him.
He tried to cut off my hand.
This does not surprise me. Scientists such as Desange would shatter the
What's
soul
wrong
of
with
the
it
world to
for you,
answer a
QP?
few petty riddles. The fates alone know what he's done to this poor island.
Do you think de Singe could have something to do with the freaky winds of Flotsam Island?
It would not surprise me, but I cannot tell. Be
Is something wrong with it for you, QP? Let's try the weather vane in the city, or whatever this is, docks.
Be right back.
Okay, QP. All right.
I see.
Let's try this once more.
Looks like the wind gods of Flotsam are pointing that way.
It's leading us to the same place. Towards Voodoo Lady. And then outside.
Interesting. That'd make a lousy.
What are these things? And why am I not getting a response when I try this? West?
I see. Looks like the wind gods of Flotsam are pointing that way.
That way. Yeah, we are back here. As expected. And this is going to point east. Yeah. That away. Throwing the Moradel. That was a very funny scene. Is there anyone in jail, maybe?
Good. It's an empty. Good.
The courthouse is closed. How can there be anyone in jail?
Alphabet sail!
I don't think those embers are going out anytime soon.
Where are the rest of my bombs? Why don't I have them?
No way. The way my luck's running, the fire'd probably torch the scroll.
Okay.
I'm not burning. Man, Flotsam's... Today's forecast calls for the pox... Man, Flotsam's sucky winds have really pulled in the pox of LeChuck. I don't think a flower sconce would enhance the feng shui right here.
I think it would. I beg to differ.
That'd make a... Dr. DeSin?
That's... I'm investigating these...
Bye.
Au revoir.
Better. Good to hear.
Free vowels! Get him while they're vowels!
I don't know what to do.
I'm back.
Aye, so you are.
So?
Aye, graceful, delicate creatures they are. Though, to be honest, they aren't selling so well to the pirate community.
Hey, look! A tungsten flanged blowpipe!
Stop trying to steal me bottle breaker!
If you won't break my bottle, maybe I'll find a bottle breaker of my own.
Good luck.
Aye, good luck with that. This beauty's the only one on the island. So unless you be planning to steal it...
What?
Steal something? I wouldn't even know where to... Hey, look! A three-headed monkey!
Hey!
What? If you won't break my bottle?
Aye.
Me?
Hey, Brad, just pick it up.
Hey!
What? What can...
Well, you probably already know it.
The re...
Aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
Okay. I have to steal this. To do that, I have to distract the guy. Either that's with the flowers to make him sneeze a lot, or it's with the parrots. I think.
The only person I should give this to is Coronado de...
This doesn't work, obviously.
Would you like a flower?
Nah, those things make me sneeze like a banshee. It can be a real hazard when you're blowing molten glass.
Banshee sneeze.
Maybe if we said five-headed monkey. Maybe another way to distract the guy is doing something with these unicorns.
Wow. Never thought I'd see a pirate selling glass.
Aye, and I never thought I'd see a talking baboon.
So he goes inside with his new project.
That'd make a lousy... I don't think... No, I don't think of...
There is a sweet spot, or 3 is a sweet spot. I should start
Even
trying
if this
for.
wasn't an unbreakable bottle, I... Carvings of mermaids. Or are they mermen?
3 is uncommon.
Even if this was... No, I don't think of...
So much wind.
Interesting.
We have an altar, we have a clamshell, and we have a few question mark hotspots in the jungles. I don't think we are supposed to do anything with that yet. Did we ask him about this?
Know anything about this LeFlay character?
He's a little after me time, Spanky. But from the whining of some of the younger pirates around here, you'd think he was the devil incarnate. Ooh, Morgan nailed me head to the deck. LeFlay bit off me ear. Bunch of wussies, the lot of them. In my day, when a pirate ran into a pirate hunter, we'd sink his ship, kill all his crew, and make him walk the plank. In that order.
Poor guy. Okay, give me a hint. I'd like a hint. At least directs my efforts to something.
I don't want to sacrifice. I don't want to...
We are going to use the new map on
I don't
this.
wanna-
The new map starts here. There's always a path. Even the paths you have taken before are not there anymore. What?
According to this, it's Sunday, the 12th of Manatee.
Am I missing an area? These pathways changed? Is that what you're saying? Wait, can I look at this? With this? Maybe see an alternate map or something? No. Oh! Maybe I can look at the calendar with this. Oh, look at these with this.
I don't need to see that in manatee vision. I don't need to see that. I don't need to see that in... I don't need to see... I don't need to see...
I don't get your hints. There is always a path. Even the paths I have taken before are not there anymore. Do I have to look at the pillars with the manatee vision or something? We can try.
I don't need to see that. I don't need to... I don't need to see...
So this thing...
I don't need to see that.
This doesn't work.
Nah.
What? I might win a battle, but if I don't follow up, I will not progress.
Interesting. I see. That could pollute the flop. That could pollute.
What is this?
That could pollute the flop.
What does he do? Takes it out and puts it back.
That could pollute. Looks like the wind gods of Flotsam are pointing that way.
Follow the only path left after my battle.
Interesting. I see. According to this, it's Sunday, the 12th of Manatee. Nope. I don't need... No, I don't... Looks like the wind gods of Flotsam are pointing that way.
Is there something here that I'm not seeing?
Somehow, the knowledge that the voodoo lady's in there... It's a rug with a symbol of the crossroads on it. I see.
What do you see? I don't see anything.
What's this?
That is a shrine to Noah Treblig, keeper of the crossroads.
Here, take this.
That'd make a lousy perch.
Take this.
I don't think that a YouTube would be useful there.
What about this?
No, I don't think a flower...
Lockets?
I don't need to see that in... I don't need to see that in Manatee Vision. It's a rug with a symbol of the crossroads on it.
Where is it pointing at? I can't tell. North?
Interesting.
Did I...
I think this fell off your roof.
Ah, I found that when I was building my shack. I believe
Did I forget
it's
to
an
loot
ancient
something?
Vacalian weather vane. You can tell by the extra directions pointing to some of their many wind gods.
Want it back?
No, the spirits have obviously
The
delivered
XP.
it to you for a reason.
Okay, I forgot to pick up something, I guess. Is that what you're saying? Are you trying to say I am missing a hotspot in a fancy way? It's already mine.
Unicorns! Get your hand-blown glass unicorns!
When a hint becomes a puzzle worse than the game's puzzle. Or rather more difficult, not worse. Okay, I won the ship, right? What? But I'm pretty sure I checked this.
Welcome aboard, sir.
Dan Winslow? What are you doing here?
I'm pretty sure I
If it's
checked
all right
this.
with you,
I
Captain,
no,
I'd
I
like
checked
to
the
stay
plank, I
aboard
checked
as
the
your
rope,
first
and I
mate.
checked the anchor
I
chain.
don't know.
In fact, I was disappointed that there was not a way to enter the ship. Nope. I'm pretty sure I did.
I really don't...
Jolly good, sir. You won't regret it, mark my words. Now, if you'll excuse me, I believe some of my stitches have popped. I'll meet you here if the winds ever change.
Yes, it's a rollicking pirate adventure for me. Just as soon as the winds start blowing away from the island.
No, it was a good hint, but I didn't get it at all because I am pretty sure I checked the ship. But maybe because I checked it before going to the doctor, maybe I couldn't hop in the ship back then. I don't know. I didn't think to check it again. The hint was good though. It made me realize I should check this again. I missed it.
It's a detailed map of the entire Gulf of Melange. This thing will come in handy if I ever get off this Verschlingener Island.
I mean, if I checked it and missed it, then it's a case of missed hotspot, right? Would have been better to just tell me.
The entire Gulf of Melange. This thing will come in handy if I ever get off this Verschlingener Island.
The master of hints has not been decided yet.
A cheese wheel. Monster. Yuck. Still, maybe I'll find some starving rats who will eat it. That's a tightly sealed barrel of tar, used for patching up cracks and hazing bosuns. There'll be plenty of time for frolicking in the ship's hold later. Hey, it's one of those spiffy new Hungarian easy-action cannons I've been begging Elaine to let me buy. Whoa, the wind's really doing a number on that cannonball.
Unicorns! Me beautiful unicorns!
I think we solved that puzzle at least.
I'll sleep when I'm dead. There'll be plenty of time.
Yeah, I'm not happy though, because if I check this and I missed it, I mean, I remember very well that I checked the anchor. Either it wasn't available before going to the doctor, or I really missed it, which makes this a case of missed hotspots.
Yoink! It's amazing how many
Which
of life's
means I
problems are
wasted
solved
like
by
half an hour, more than half an
indiscriminate
hour,
cannon
looking for an hotspot. Anyway, we can move on now.
Yow! Elaine, here I come! Or, maybe not.
It was available.
This looks promising.
Okay, we start at the altar. B monkey weather rain. Okay, let's write these down. Altar. B monkey weather rain. Let's say monkey wins. Oh, okay. Then flower 12. Winds B. Winds. Huh. Interesting. So walk around the calendar. Then winds and port zone. When I say missed hotspots, you think of hotspot I haven't seen. Not one which you clicked on before, but missed something. Yeah, I mean, you probably didn't understand that I was trying to get on the ship and I was checking the means to get on the ship. And I thought there were none. It was probably tough to understand as a viewer. But I actually specifically looked for means to enter the ship and I couldn't see any. There was probably no way for you to understand that I did. Okay, where do we start? We start at the altar. Alright. Okay, let's try this. So, bee monkey. Okay, bee.
This looks promising.
Monkey. Winds. Found flower on the well. Winds, bee, winds.
Interesting.
Wait, you got back?
So far, so good. I see.
Now walk around the calendar. Then follow the winds one last time.
Looks like the wind gods of Flotsam are pointing that way. Whoa.
I like the puzzles.
Uh-oh. Someone's coming.
So far I like the puzzles, yeah.
I never thought I'd have to come out here again. But it'll be worth a temporary fluctuation in Flotsam's winds to get my hands on Threepwood's hand. Anthony's hand. How troll.
What was that all about? And what's behind that door?
What's behind door number 1?
Maybe I can move the door by pushing on this giant crystal nose. Nope. Looks like I cut off the door's nose to spite its face.
Oh, clamshell.
That oyster shell looks so empty without a pearl. Sometimes it's all I can do to save a little face. I don't think a flower's... Wonder if I can see anything on the other side. There's something interesting in there, but I can't tell what it is.
With YouTube, maybe?
I don't think that a YouTube... Wow. I bet this thing would be really impressive if I knew what the heck all these inscriptions meant. What kind of cheesy ancient civilization worships manatees?
Did you say cheese? I have cheese.
That's cheesy enough as it... That's cheesy enough. What kind of cheese? Wow. I don't think that a...
Okay, what's this?
I hope the Marquis doesn't mind that I've broken the face off his ancient manatee door thingy.
And we have cheese.
Ugh, this cheese wheel's starting to go soft. Maybe I shouldn't be storing it in my pants.
Are we going to make an imprint? I guess, right? But not of this. Of what though? Not
That's cheesy
clamshell.
enough. That's cheesy. That's cheesy enough. That's cheesy.
What else is here, if anything? This must be the exits. Oh. Oh, okay. It's here.
Alphabet sail!
What? You made more unicorns? Why, dude?
Dr. DeSinge?
That's the Marquis de Singe to you, ruffian.
Does this look familiar?
Where'd you find that?
It fell off that creepy ancient door in the jungle.
An
Of course I would. Why wouldn't I?
in the jungle? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Sure, but you might want to check it out someday. Looks like it could be pretty interesting, scientifically speaking. I'm heading back there now to break through the door with my piratey wiles. First, I'll need some dynamite. Then a rubber chicken with a pulley in the middle, and then some sort of rudimentary lathe.
He'll never open that door without my key. Still, I'd better follow him from a safe distance, just to make sure he doesn't upset my long-term plans.
Uh-oh.
Ah, so it appears that Monsieur Threeboot has found the Vecalian Port du Vent. Naughty little parrot boy. Hello?
What about you?
Is
Wouldn't
anybody
you?
in there? How silly of me. Threeboot would never be clever enough to get through that door.
I am too clever enough to get through that door. Or at least make him think I am. That's cheesy enough as it is.
Clamshell.
That's not made of unbreakable glass.
What do we put in the clamshell?
I don't think...
What is the clamshell for? Is it the lock?
I wonder if I can see anything on the... There's something interesting in there, but...
Do I need a spyglass?
I don't think... Uh-uh. I don't...
Parrots? I think we have to use the parrots somewhere here. So that he thinks we are inside.
I just had a really weird idea.
I know!
It's me, Guybrush Street Boy, Mighty Pirate.
I've got a mission for you, little parrot. Go to the other side of this door and open it from the other side.
That's that was not my plan, but fine.
Okay, little champion, open the door. Stupid bird. And yet there's still something downright charming about it.
I'm probably even more lenient.
Free vowels! Get 'em while they're vowels!
I mean, it could be in the extended universe of Monkey Island, maybe
Dr.
not
DeSinge?
even contain Guybrush.
To you,
It would still be a Monkey Island game.
I thought you should know that I'm heading back to the jungle to try to open the door again.
Really?
Yes, really. Ciao.
Come out, wherever you are, Monsieur Threeboot. Is anybody in there?
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, Whitey Pirate.
What? How'd he...
Oh, okay.
I can't believe he fell for that.
I can.
This looks like it might be useful. Who's the cleverest pirate in the whole wide world?
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, Whitey Pirate.
Holy ships!
Threepwood! Well played, Monsieur Threepwood. You have forced me to reveal the location of the hidden temple. But without my help, a simpleton like you will never be able to figure out which of the so-called wind gods
I don't know.
must be summoned to master this ancient wind control device. And I will reveal nothing!
That's a wind control device? Thanks for telling me.
You didn't
Let's
know?
say you played Wally.
I can see it's time for this Marquis to take matters into his own hands.
I mean, there are many characters who are not Guybrush and who are still as famous as Guybrush, right? Maybe not a completely different character. I agree. I'm just saying that there could be a game in the universe of Monkey Island without Guybrush, and I would still call it a Monkey Island game. Maybe not a good Monkey Island game, still a Monkey Island game.
Whoa! The winds are still blowing in. Looks like I've got some ancient wind gods to summon. I wonder if that idol can be used to summon wind gods. According to DeSinge, this ancient doohickey controls the winds on Flotsam Island. Somehow.
I mean, think of it like that. You know, we have Borderlands, and we have Borderlands Telltale Adventure. Do you consider the Borderlands Telltale Adventure a Borderlands game? It has the same feeling, it has similar art style, it has mostly completely new characters, I think. It's a completely different genre.
Faces on those idols look familiar. Ah. I see.
What do you see?
Wonder if the wind gods on the idols are related to the ones on the weather vane.
It would be nice if I could see. So,
Interesting.
Glasses, leaking nose.
Interesting. Oh. Weird. Ah. I see. Oh. I see.
What exactly do you see, Guybrush?
Faces on those idols look familiar.
I know.
Wonder if the wind god...
Well, stop giving me hints. I thought I disabled the hints. Hint frequency thing completely.
Aha!
No. Don't do that.
Weird.
Are we supposed to make this one? It points left.
Interesting. I see. Interesting. Weird. Ah. Oh.
Let's try to make the other one. Is it this one? The nose?
Interesting.
I can't tell. I did it by mistake. No, I am thinking that the arrow points at Manatee, right? So if we think that Manatee is in the front, it would mean this face should be on this side, on the right side. But nothing happened when I did that.
Weird.
It does say weird. It does say weird. Maybe I have to do this.
Guess I didn't do whatever I was supposed to do.
Okay, so we have to put in the staff once we think we've got the correct answer.
Oh.
Maybe it means the face has to come. The face has to be on the left side.
Oh, I see. Nothing.
No. Okay, maybe it has to be in the front actually. And maybe the most basic answer is the correct answer. Why do I go for the complicated answers first?
Hey! That must have been the god of winds that knock off your hat.
It's not the case always, but most of the time it is.
Cease your ham-fisted fumblings and surrender that hand.
Make me.
No.
Ah! Hey, I'm still alive.
So this closes the door. We need the other clamshells. This was a triumph. Wow. I realized that I'm looking for a complicated answer when I could look for a less complicated one.
This idol looks like it's missing something.
Cheese. Okay, cheese.
Not a bad fit. Nah. Nope. I better put this cheese back in my pants before...
I need to... Where will I get the third piece? The faces, right? Okay, I need to get the impressions somewhere. A whole wheel of cheese, wow. No, come on. Okay, these are gone. I have to find the impression somewhere else.
That's cheese. That's cheese.
Wait. No. The jail crowings, they are not the drawing. What? What did I say? Crowings? Is it the eyes? Carvings.
I know what would cheer up these gruesome carvings. Cheese! Nope. Still menacing. Oh, and now my cheese wheel is staring at me.
Okay, that's what we wanted. That's what we wanted.
Didn't think it was possible, but this idol's cheesier than ever.
Even cheesier than you.
Aha!
What? What was that for?
I wonder
what am I doing?
Ah. I see.
This one? This one? This one. Where are the other two?
Santa Maria Conchita Alonso. I knew I should have worn my chinos today.
Ah, that must be the wind that makes you reconsider wearing shorts.
Sweetwood! You're meddling in affairs you cannot possibly understand.
So what else is new?
I hope I have the weather vane, because it flew off.
What a grouch.
Did I? Maybe. Wow. Double bottom tosses. Double bottom toss action going on there. Messed up idol.
What? This idol doesn't even have an axle. It'll never work like this.
This one?
I don't think... Uh-uh.
What can we use as an axle?
It's locked.
It's locked?
It's locked. Nothing happened. I guess it's broken.
Double toss. Wow.
I don't know much about ancient idols, but this one looks really broken.
You are on a roll. Okay, we are missing something. What? What could it be? And where's the fourth one? Monster Fizz.
Aha! Interesting. Oh. Ugh. This one looks like it's missing a nose.
Ah, I know. As stupid as it
Much
looks.
better. Well, better anyway.
Okay. Yeah, better anyway. Correct, I think.
Randomly spinning these dials is getting me nowhere.
Randomly? Come on, it's not random. Ah. Okay. I knows. I don't get it.
I wonder what wind god that was supposed to... Ew. Broken wind. Got it. No sign of the marquee. Good. All that shooting was giving me a headache.
It took us a while to get it out. So where's the thing that we are supposed to use as an axle?
Unicorns!
What can we use as an
Hand-blown
axle?
glass unicorns!
The guy is not here anymore. Can we break in, get the spyglass,
It's
or
locked.
okay, maybe no.
It's locked.
God like this. Yeah. Crazy combo. So what to use as an axle? Let's try this again.
Not again!
That's a...
Tar. Do we have to use tar somewhere?
I don't think...
Ancient door face. Do I have to use this somewhere?
I don't think... That's the main mast of the Screaming Narwhal. Or main tree.
Can you
That's the-
climb? No? Map?
It's a detailed map. Nah. Yes, it's a rollicking pirate adventure for me.
Okay. What am I missing?
Come back later! We're closed until I can replace all me inventory that someone blasted to Hades and back!
Yeah, what kind of jerk would do that?
I don't know, but when I find that scupper scraper, I'll shove one of me bottles so deep up his fundament!
Okay, time to go.
What's a fundament?
Can we use his peg legs as
Maybe.
axles? Give me your peg
What
leg.
are you...
figured out your scroll.
Well, whoopee for you. What did you find?
A big statue that looks like someone playing a musical salamander.
That must be what those danged merfolks use to control the winds.
You mentioned merfolk?
Aye, merfolk. Before Desange cut off my leg, I discovered that Flotsam Island was colonized by a hidden race of merfolk called the Vacalians, who'd grown tired of living under the sea and wanted to try living on land for a while.
And?
It didn't take. After a few hundred years, they went back to the oceans. Bunch of flibbertigibbets, if you ask me.
Anything else you can tell me about those indecisive merfolk?
The Vacalians? Well, they had 1,000 different words for wind, but none for man or woman.
Exotic. I figured out your...
Well, whoopee for you.
A big...
That.
So...
What do we need? We basically need a rod, right? We solved this one. We solved this one.
Okay, let's figure out the final wind idle thingy and get the heck...
Threepwood.
Oh, jeez.
Well, we can use this rifle as an axle, but how do we get it from?
Hey, look! It's King Louis the 12th!
My liege, I thought you were dead.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. We plugged the rifle with something, right?
Just as wimpy as the man who built it.
Okay.
You're still here?
But of course.
Oh,
Mon. What was that fooping sound?
Nothing.
beats me. Now, if you'll just stop waving that rifle around, I've got some winds to change.
Not so fast, insignificant parrot person. Sacre merde!
Okay, where's the rifle? Oh, we are going to use the Sange. Alright, that's even better. Excuse me?
Oh, I'd love to, but I'm pretty sure the Desinge doesn't have the necessary slots.
Oh, where are we going to slot stuff?
Oh, I'd love to. Nope.
I mean, where am I going to put the...
Oh, I'd love
away?
to.
Oh! 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 Oh!
How do I get out?
Oh!
Nothing.
Where did the rifle go?
That's not me. Looks like the wind gods of Flotsam are pointing that way.
Okay, this is kinda weird. I gotta be missing something obvious. Because I don't think we can leave this area. Oh, we can.
Oh, I'd love to, but I'm pretty sure the Desynge doesn't have the necessary...
Okay, can we look for the rifle? What necessary slots?
If I understood Desynge correctly through his crazy accent, this ancient doohickey will reverse the winds of Flotsam. If I summon the correct wind gods.
What do we need to put the ancient weather in there?
Oh, I'd love to, but... I don't think that a YouTube would be used... I don't think...
Am I missing the rifle, or is it not going to be used? We have the YouTube somehow.
I think this thing...
What?
I think this thing only works on ancient Flot...
And this is an ancient Flotsam artifact? It feels like we are nearing the end. I don't think that can be too much once we fix that one too. The fourth one. Stop the winds.
Alphabet sail!
I'm back. How's the glass blowing biz?
You'd be in serious trouble, Sonny. Some thieving scoundrel stole me one-of-a-kind bottle breaker.
The devil you say?
Well, without me bottle breaker, I can't break open me unbreakable bottles. And if I can't break them open, who's gonna want to buy them? I'm ruined.
You could always go back to pirating.
Are you soft in the head? What kind of blankety-blank pirate would I be without a ship? Or winds? Or eyebrows?
You can join my crew. You don't want to join my crew? Would you like this back?
That's not made of unbreakable gold.
What? What can we do?
Well, I hope the Marquis doesn't mind that I've broken the face off his ancient manatee door thingy.
Is this an item to be used somewhere?
I see.
Free vowels! Get him while they're vowels!
I don't think we can. We can replicate one of these to solve it. Oh, we can try. Shut up. Wait, these are different.
Interesting.
So we got the eyes, we don't have the nose with two rings, two nose rings. Yeah, these are different. So the ones that makes him happy, maybe? Okay, he looks happy. I mean, sounds happy at least.
What's happening?
Are you serious?
All right.
That was a crazy puzzle.
Ooh, the pox is blowing out to sea. Hope that doesn't come back to bite me in the fundament.
I mean, I thought the sounds were a joke.
Zut alors. The winds.
Do you have any idea what you've done? Without the winds of flotsam bringing me a steady supply of injury-prone para-test subjects, the pace of my groundbreaking experiments was slow to a crawl.
Talk to the hand, sicko, cause the pirate ain't listening.
Ugh, mark my words, Threepwood. You'll rue the day you cross the Marquis de Singe.
Will I?
And your little hand, too.
Rue? I don't know the meaning of the word. Well, looks like my work here is done. I better hurry back to the screaming narwhal before the flotsamites get wind of the, wind. Van Winslow, where are you?
Right here, sir.
Raise anchor and get us the heck out of here before the winds change.
With pleasure, Captain.
I think we finished the first one. It looks like that.
Congratulations, sir. The screaming narwhal has successfully escaped from Flotsam Island. Where to now?
Mr. Van Winslow, if you would be so kind, I would like you to set sail for...
Come again, sir?
I said set a course for... Oh, come on!
Come on what, sir?
Oh, we are not done.
This tar might be useful. Ow! This... Nothing like a deafening cannon discharge to clear the mind.
Okay, we need grog. Put the hand in grog. Where's the grog? Mr. Winslow, did you drink all the grog?
Captain on deck!
Whoa!
Okay. Stop it!
That's
Stop
one
it.
strong barrel.
Okay, let's break the jar.
Well, that's just swell. My brand new ship's all covered with tar. This is all your fault, you know. Ow!
That's what we wanted to do, Guybrush, remember?
Hey, I bet this sticky puddle of tar would be perfect for trapping my evil hand. Well, I guess I shouldn't have tipped my, hand.
This is such a weird puzzle. Captain on deck. Okay, nothing's happening.
Mr. Van Winslow, set sail for the...
What's that, sir?
He said make way to the... Well, that's not gonna work.
Okay, so obviously we have to do something with the tar. Can we go
I'll sleep when I'm
down? No.
Ugh, I hate scrubbing tar off my main mast.
Hatch.
Ow! I think this thing only...
Stop eating me.
Now, why would I want to get that all covered with sticky tar?
You tell me.
Now, what? Now... Now, what? Winslow?
Captain?
Just go where I point. Oh, come on! Ugh, stupid boxed hand! Ugh. Yo!
Oh,
What's
we
the-
fell in tar. Okay.
Mr. Winslow, make way for... the
Aha.
Rock of Gelato!
I win. That was so
Get me some
stupid.
grog for this hand. Finally, the Rock of Gelato. Now to find Elaine. Mr. Van Winslow, my spyglass.
Aye, aye, sir.
Elaine's ship looks pretty good, considering that it was exploding the last time I saw it. But where's my ship? And Elaine? Is she out looking for me? Is she still in LeChuck's clutches? Is her beautiful bloated corpse slowly rotting at the bottom of the...
Aw.
Hey! What's that? Winslow, enhance the upper right quadrant 50%. It's my ship! Winslow, full enhancement! Elaine! I'm coming, Plunder Bunny! Wait, what's that? Oh no, it's LeChuck! Elaine, look out! Plunder
Elaine?
Guybrush Threepwood. I've been waiting a long time for this.
Bunny? Could you wait a little longer?
Oh no. That is Morgan Le Fay. Alright, let's watch the credits and then Actually, do we need to watch the credits? Is there anything at the end of credits? Does anyone know? I don't want to wait if there's nothing. This would be better if I could type. Oh, there's probably nothing. But yeah, anyway, let's wait till the end. And then we can watch the start of the second game. Until the actual game begins. I'm sure there are some cutscenes at the start. But I won't actually start playing the second episode. Did you like it? Did you like the first episode? The story, the humor, the puzzles. What did you think of it? You liked it quite a bit. Perfect, me too. The humor is as good as usual. The puzzle design is, I think, very good. Episode 2 is next Sunday, yeah. The dialogue thing was a bit rubbish. Puzzles and voices and humor are on point. Yes, I agree. I completely agree. You might play it before then. Sure. I mean, probably all episodes are of similar length, right? So we finished this one in less than 5 hours, even with me getting stuck. And while streaming, obviously. So it should not take too long for you to finish the others. Humor is not so much. I don't know, it wasn't lacking in any way, I think, compared to the previous games. More than 100 hours for Pillars.
It has been
wow.
said, what fates impose that men must need abide. It boots not to resist both wind and tide. Yet, Guybrush Threepwood has somehow managed to turn the tides of fate by removing the voodoo curses from his nemesis, LeChuck. Infected himself, Guybrush escaped the scientific experiments of the Marquis de Sange and managed to divert the ill winds of change, an action which could alter his own fate as well as the fate of the entire Caribbean. That is, if he lives long enough.
Guybrush Threepwood. I've been waiting a long time for this.
Now, wait a minute. I'm sure there's been some mistake. I don't even know you.
Well, allow me to introduce myself. I am Morgan Le Fay, mighty pirate hunter. My name is feared across the seven seas. I've taken down some of the most hardened, grog-guzzling scumbags from here to Zanzibar. It's an honor to finally face off against the legendary Guybrush Threepwood.
The Flay? But you're a woman. I thought... Wait, you've heard of me?
Have I heard of you? Guybrush Threepwood, the pirate who destroyed the ghost pirate LeChuck single-handedly.
4 times.
Who discovered the mythical treasure of Big Whoop.
Once.
Who escaped the inescapable Carnival of the Damned.
Twice.
I've been following you my whole life.
Wow.
Don't be too flattered. I'm here for the job. The Marquis de Singe wants that hand of yours, so I'm bringing you in. And don't even try your insult sword fighting technique on me. That's something only farm boys use these days.
Appropriate. You fight like a cow. Ow! I was using that.
Oh, this is gonna be good. Pick up your sword and face me like a man.
She got our
Like
hands.
you're a man or like I'm a man?
On guard.
What? Alright. Alright. Let's say man quits. Amazing start though. Okay, let's find someone to raid. Let's see who is doing what. Wait, I'm hearing myself and you are hearing me twice. Okay, fixed. Let's check the retro category. I never checked the retro category. I really should. Ooh, someone's playing Darkseid. Someone's playing Tales of Monkey Island. Wait, that's me. Very entertaining. I'm glad you're entertained. Any ideas about who to raid? Let's see if anyone's playing Monkey Island. I'm sure there are some people playing Monkey Island. Oh, no worries, Barden. You don't have to interact at all. Johnny? I raided Johnny a few times in the couple of weeks. We can raid them again next week or so. Let's try to raid some different people from time to time. Yeah, I saw. Okay, someone is playing Curse. Someone is playing the first game. Someone is playing Tales. Any preference? Let's go to Curse. Let me check the stream first. All right. Seems to be at the very end of Curse, so might end soon. I don't know, but let's go and say hi. Let's see what the stream is like. A pro musician from England. All right, great, perfect. Let's go there and see what the stream is like. So yeah, we will be back to Tales of Monkey Islands on Sunday. So if we can finish an episode every day, it won't last too long. 5 streams, maybe an extra. It's not too bad. And after that, we are going to start a new series. Will I play this Sunday? Yes, definitely. What do you mean? I mean, on Sunday and Monday, next Sunday and Monday, we will continue Tales. But before that, on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we are starting Knights of the Old Republic. I'm very excited for that, especially. So, yeah, then, if you have not given me a follow, you should. Doesn't show in the Discord. Yeah, the schedule is only until Friday. This schedule. I'm going to be sending new schedules on Saturdays from now on. That's why it doesn't show in Discord. Anyways, consider giving me a follow to come back if you haven't already. And until next time, which is in 2 days with Kotor, take care and be well. And see you very soon. Bye.